Please, I'm live. Let's see. What do I have to do there? Okay, hold on a minute. All right. Okay. I just have to put the tags in. So hang on. What's that, Jimmy?
What?
Sounds like a ball rolling down the stairs.
Chair.
Okay. Hang on, I just have to put our tags in. Oh, why don't I just hold on a minute? Okay. Bless you. Okay, hold on a second. Oh gosh, what am I looking for? What am I looking for? Oh, so I am sorry. Just hang on because it doesn't put my stupid tags in. Sorry, I'll be right there. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that and I'll put the other tags in later. Sorry. All right, sorry I'm late too because I had to go and drop something off my son's, and I had to make I made a Dollar Tree haul video, which I haven't put up yet. I'm gonna put it up tomorrow, but I made it. And then I had to make that other one about the Washington state, because that came up and that needed to be covered. And we can talk about that too. And then what else was I going to say? And then I had to put away all the Dollar Tree stuff. And that was the one. Jimmy said it's 1:30. 1:30.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to everybody.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Check. I want to make sure
You think I'm just sitting here talking to myself?
Because I need you to.
What?
I was going to tell you to repeat yourself as you were talking to me because I didn't quite hear you.
Oh, no, I'm talking
to
to...
peanuts.
What?
Rocky. I can't find the peanuts.
The peanuts. They're over there by... Aren't they by the paper towel holder?
Yeah.
You should read if he's able to open one by himself.
Okay. I hope he can.
You hope he can?
Yeah, I gave him like 2 last night. I opened some for him, but then...
You gave him 2 already?
Yeah.
What do you do?
Started munching them down.
With the shell?
No, I gave him without the shell first.
Oh. But I don't know if he knows how to open the peanuts.
Well, it sounded like he did. When I had the other ones, I was carrying him over there, and he was just took it out of my hand and started.
Really?
Yes, really.
Huh. You should take a video of him going.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to find the chat here. I don't know. I lost something. Hang on. I'll be right back. I don't know what I did. Oh no! Wait a second. I think. Hold on a minute. Just hang on. Here's the chat. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about with Washington State, and then we're going to go right into this Scott Peterson since it's so late. Sorry about that. Okay. So Linda, Isabel, Flower Girl, Karen H, Sunny, Miss Mary, hi, Jay Quinn, Nana Patty, Deborah, Slam RN, Ivy, Shay Shay, Moo of 2, Sean, Lori, chillin' with Byron, first time here, welcome. Shay Shay, Kevin Leonard, Kit Miller, Snow Remover, Natural Wonder, hi Natural Wonder. Sean, got you. You always fake me out because I never remember. Skipper, hello there. Danielle, Cole. Okay, hi. Let me see here. Diane LS. I thought he couldn't find it. Not peanuts. Oh, he found them because I told him they're by the paper towel holder. Linda Gelb, Carol Clark. Please pray for Davida and me. Oh, you're in the fires too, Kid Miller? Oh, wow. Yeah, I put up the thing for Davida. I was wondering, how's it going? Is it any better? I was going to ask. Is it any better? Hi, Marianne, Pamela, Jen H. J. Quinn, Pamela, I know I'm missing people. Nora, I can't get my head together here. Okay, so did you see the Ooh La La recliner detective? Okay, recliner detective. Welcome. Patty, Mary. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Okay, so tell me, did you see the and did you answer Kim about how's it going? Tim Dar, hi, this is Martha. Hi, Martha. I don't know if Kim answered. Be careful how you say peanuts. Okay, I will. Peanuts. Jennifer Wilkinson. Staying up to see if we are getting evacuated. So you don't know? Do you have everything packed? What do you do in that situation? Have you just been packing everything? Do you have like a U-Haul or something? What do you do? Has this ever happened before? Hi, Leisha. Okay, well, let's, in the meantime, staying up. Okay, it seems my chat is delayed or it's taken a really long time to get the answers. Hi to Chatterbox. Hi, Patsy Martin. So in case you haven't seen it, in Washington, we have a mental health professional. Now, there's some rumors going around that she may not be a licensed psychologist, but claims to be, or something to that effect. Okay, I don't think it really matters right now. She was acting as a mental health professional, right? We know that. She had the website. She was treating patients, obviously. Do I know if she was licensed? I don't know that. It says she's a Psych D on her site. That's all I can tell you. But regardless, she was practicing mental health counseling. And in the day that they think that she murdered the 7-year-old twins, she was posting numerous articles about narc abuse, narcissistic abuse leading to suicide. She posted videos about it, and it wasn't just for an hour or two. If you go on the 23rd, she started at like 8 a.m. in the morning, and she was still posting at 9:30 at night. And the police surmised that the children were killed in their sleep on that 23rd. So that would be the entire day she's posting this stuff. What can I tell you? Let's see here. This was her business page. Rising Sun Psychotherapy, and here she was a Dr. Michele Boudreau, and then she also has, which is very strange, this would be her website, but then she also has Michele Angelise. See here? She has the Angelise here. I work for an empowerment model. My goal is to teach clients new ways of perceiving their problems, healthy coping behaviors for responding to their problems, and healthy attitudes and communication skills for working with their families, partners, or work environment so that they can make changes in their own life. Now, I will say somebody left a comment on the video saying that, now I don't know, okay, how much this is coming from her own friends and family that's hoping that she didn't do this, as much as it's coming from a factual standpoint, because the police did not say that it looked like she had been shot. Okay, they say very clearly that everything points to that she shot the children and then herself. When we get the autopsy, we'll know for sure. But if people want to say, oh, there could be a chance that the estranged husband did something, yeah, there could be a chance. We'll have to wait and see. But it's not at all mentioned from the crime scene or anything like that from, you know, law. There's no forced entry. There's nothing like that noted. That she had a roommate at the time. There were a lot of other factors. Okay, so she's cheering you on as you are considering to allow someone to partner with you on your journey. There are many great therapists in our community, and I'm humbled to be able to stand amongst them as a supporter of freedom, hope, healing, acceptance, and love. I am easy to talk to, non-judgmental, and compassionate. I always work from an empowerment and mutual respect model. I would be honored to walk with you. Okay, and I offer both telehealth and in-person sessions. At my private practice in my clinic, I am taking all precautions recommended by the CDC. Telehealth is encrypted, secure, and easy to access. I'll simply click a link and you'll be instantly connected to my office. Okay, so then we go, this is, her Facebook, okay, the one we're on, and you see that the last thing she posted was about narcissistic parents. Okay. She had very few likes for a business page, but 777, kind of a lucky number. Okay, and then let's see, did she have an Instagram page here? Yes, she did. So let's see what she did on I'm Easy to Talk to. Let's see when this was posted. May 25th, so she hadn't been very active on Instagram. Right? And just another woman. Okay, so she mainly just posted quotes on her Instagram here. Never leave home without a kiss, a hug, and an I love you. I am walking my own path. Your approval is not needed. Sometimes you have to let go of the picture of what you thought life would be. Like and learn to find the joy in the story you're living. Okay, and so she didn't have a very active Instagram. Single is an opportunity to live life on your own terms and not apologize. If you erase all the mistakes of your past, you would also erase all of the wisdom of your present. Remember the lesson, not the disappointment. Be kind to past versions of yourself that didn't know the things you know now. Do your best. Do the best you can until you know better, and then when you know better, do better. Maya Angelou. Okay, so yeah, and she only had 33 followers, okay? So, but she also had a private page, and anyway, let me see, go back here. Now, there was either that people thought she was posting this for people or for herself, but on the day, they believe it was the 23rd, this is 9:49 p.m. She also posted this on her personal page. So she's posting that. At 9:47, she posted another one, 7 ways covert and narcissistic parents groom children for abuse. And then at 9:46, so 3 articles, at 9 something, and then look, at 8:11 a.m., the impact of growing up with a narcissistic parent. And then we have a setup for suicide, Dr. Judy, WTF, narcissistic parent, a setup for suicide, a case study. Okay, so she posted that. This is also on the 23rd. Now, these are early in the morning. Suicide, impact of narcissistic abuse, and recovering from it. See, and now the people are commenting here. So someone said, why are we jumping to the conclusion that this father did anything to his children when she was a licensed professional? We don't. It makes no sense to me that somebody with this kind of degree, with this kind of education, and this kind of practice couldn't have clear proof of something happening. She killed them because she was going to have to share them with the father, and that was too much for her. What evil monster. She doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. She could have drugged them, but instead she shot them both in the head. I can't believe anybody is standing up for her. So there's already a war happening here, as you see. I can't believe that you guys are trying to identify the father when she killed her girls, and we have no proof anything was even happening to those children, obviously crying for help about her ex with the custody battle. This is truly heartbreaking. So sad. She's even a therapist. Wow. Yeah, I saw that. Even the therapist, their self needs help. She posted a post about this, which is why I'm thinking she was crying out for help and didn't want her children to be with their father. Just shows you that you can be the most educated person and still feel helpless. Yeah, she was a wonderful therapist. When my husband and I went to her 6 years ago, it breaks my heart. Anyone know her ex's name? I don't, but I'm curious too. Go to Washington State Court's website and type in her name, Michele Boudreau. You will see her husband's name and a protection order, her and her kids, a couple of years ago. I tried to find it, but I don't see anything. Okay. Oh my gosh, she was contemplating this the whole time. She was sharing her thoughts. Did she die too? She murdered them, then she killed herself. Oh wow, so sad. This is all on the 23rd. She's posting this stuff, narcissistic abuse and complex post-traumatic stress disorder. depression and suicidal thoughts caused by narcissistic relationships. This is also on the 23rd. Narcissistic abuse, and this is all around 8 a.m., is domestic violence. Again, on the 23rd, what survivors of malignant narcissist, why survivors of malignant narcissists don't get the justice they deserve. Also on the 23rd, and I read this one in the video. If you haven't watched the video, you should watch the video. Murder, death, suicide by the covert narcissist abuse. And then this was also on the 23rd, the narcissist from abuse to suicide. And this is on the 22nd. Truth, 100%. If only people understood this. And this was a juggling the Jenkins episode, okay? If my anxiety was brutally honest. And then she has, on the 20th, reactive abuse. The narcissist trap. And then on the 17th, why is it that we are so surprised when our children's behavior slips backwards after they apparently know better? Is it because we often forget that they are immature beings who have to revisit the same thing over and over again until they integrate what they have learned, and if it becomes part of who they are? They can't do this without us. They need our understanding, patience, support, and most of all, to know that we love them through it all. And 6 days later, she allegedly shot them both. Okay, and she posted this twice. How to stop being abusive. This is 6 days before. Unaware empath, empowered empath. Okay, men don't recognize emotional abuse as actual abuse. Many of them will be proud not to have laid hands on a woman, but their loophole is breaking women's spirits and calling themselves kings for being different. Also 6 days before. It's still domestic violence, and now it's October 11th. Your brain on trauma, October 6th. She's not posting as frequently here, so it's something is went on, and it looks like she was very worried about something her children were experiencing, because there's not only that about the children, but there's about narcissistic parents, and this one are the effect on their children. So yeah, anyway, yeah, we have to wait till the autopsy comes out and see what happens there. But that picture that said love shouldn't hurt. Hi, Robin Swan. How many therapists, friends who did enter the field because of the help that I had received? I have many therapist friends who did enter the field because of the help that I had received. What did Kevin Leonard say? Could be she either had her own parent issues, or perhaps she was showing what her ex's parents had done. I have everything I'm taking sitting on my bed. Really? You're able to get it? I think I would be like running through, keep adding stuff, adding stuff, adding stuff. Have you ever done this before, Kim? I hope everything's okay and you don't have to evacuate. Do you know anything about DeVita? Hi, Terry. You seen your vid? My vid? Okay, so there's not much else. You can check out the video. It gives you like a little more insight, but that's it that we have here. Let me just get this down. And I'm going to get these. Scooter, well, let me see who the... Scooter, are you coming? Did any Scooter show up to the chat? Okay, does anybody else want to play along tonight? Anyone else want to play along? Speak now. Anyone? Hi, Etta. You evacuated once? Oh, wow. No, you just have to take what you can. But you could, right, take what you want as long as if you had your own transportation and you got out early. With the testimony, reading the testimony. No, we didn't. I didn't discuss her. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh, Robin, I hope she's okay. I have to go get another seltzer real quick. I'm going to put the number in the Slack. I mean, I don't know. You guys are not answering me. Or it's delayed. I don't know what's going on. Hi, Treasure Cassidy. I'm just going to put the number in there just so that it's there in the crafts. And then I'm going to go and grab a seltzer and a cracker because I took a bunch of vitamins and I don't want to get sick. Okay. Scooter, if you're here, you better get your, you know what, in here. Okay. Hey, Brianna Cece, how are you? Hi, Rachel Rose. Nana Patty said she can. Okay. Nana Patty, the number is in there. You'll need a script, right? Yes. Well, I'll have to, I'll shoot you the, well, let me see. I'll shoot you the link. I will shoot it to you in Slack, in your message, okay? Okay, so what we're gonna do is, okay, I'm gonna give you a link, and you're gonna a link, and you're gonna go on prosecution witness testimony on that link, Nana Patty. Let me go to Slack. Slack is back. Private messages. I can't. Direct message, okay. Nana Patty. And I know I still haven't got to the list of people that want to be added places, and I didn't get the cookie thing done today either. I'm going to get on it. I'll have it done hopefully by tomorrow. With the 18 other thousand things, I will try to do it. Okay, there's your thing. Okay. So I don't know what. Okay, I'm just gonna go there. I'm gonna grab my drink and get a cracker or something so I don't get sick.
Hi, Captain.
Who?
Captain.
No, I'm talking to Scooter.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm talking
Oh.
to you, Scooter. No, I'm talking to Scooter.
Hi, Scooter.
Hi, Jimmy. I'm just saying, aye, aye, Captain. Nana Patty, you can come up. Carolyn gave you, didn't you, all you got to do is type in.
I gave it to her. I sent it to her.
Okay.
It's in your private messages in Slack. I sent you the thing.
Hi, Sharon, Kevin Leonard, Robin Swan, Judy, Kathy from Texas,
Hi, Gigi.
Chickadee.
Hi, Chickadee.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Chickadee.
Hi, Rick.
Hi.
How's it going?
Sustained. Order in the court. I'm just kidding. Am I not on video?
Not yet.
Oh.
Good.
I just ate blueberries and my mouth is purple.
That's okay.
Let me, well, I'm eating actually blueberries, frozen blueberries. Let me just,
Sean
just
Sneed,
wiping my face off.
Annie. Ada.
Okay, I'll tell you who we need today.
And I gotta get on there too. Just putting my little beads away.
I rewatched it today. It was because I didn't watch it last night because I was just trying to keep up with the script, and it was good. You were so good, Carolyn.
Thank you, Kim Miller. Thank you
I
so
was
much.
laughing. And Scooter, your phone holder, I was like, what the heck is that? Those unicorn legs. I couldn't figure out what it was. Your phone holder. I was like, what is that?
Unicorn legs. What?
She has a phone holder that's a big white unicorn, but you could only see the white legs like facing you, but you didn't know what it was. It looked like a Transformers. And
Yeah, it's a holder for my phone.
Okay, so now
Hey, Quinn, hi, hon.
I do want to pull up the let me see what this is.
Hey, Scooter.
This
Hey,
is
Alicia.
this is one of the exhibits that those emails from last night here. I'm just going to put it up on the screen. Just because these two emails they mentioned last night. Let me make it larger. So it says this is from Bob Ford to Cloward Ron, January 6th, 2003. Forward Covina access to Thousand Oaks Park. Lacey Peterson contacted me on September 5th and October 31st of 2002 requesting that the city close off the trail access at Covina Avenue. Mrs. Peterson stated that undesirable activity was going on at this access area and that there were weeds, trash, and graffiti that needed to be cleaned up. I have attached the November 1st email to Dwayne Frederick, Parks Maintenance Supervisor, which explains our response to Mrs. Peterson. I personally looked at the Covina access pathway and did not find it to be particularly oh gosh, I can't talk tonight, particularly overgrown or in a trashy condition. But I did recommend some vegetation trimming for visibility, graffiti and trash cleanup, along with a street light for the end of Covina. I know the street light did not get installed. Please note the November 1st email was originally CC'd to Sergeant Bromas and Officer Kershoff. And I'm also forwarding an email from Jacob Schwartz of San Diego, who sends information from a psychic reading that he had regarding this case. The psychic claims to see her face down in shallow water not far from her home. I can't see how searchers and dogs would have missed her. And that's from Robert J. Ford, project coordinator. And then there's the other one from Bob Ford to Dwayne Frederick, which is, I think it's just the same thing. Let me just pull it up there. It's just, yeah, it's exactly the same, but just from Bob to Dwayne. So those were the two emails that they were talking about, just so everybody knows there.
Okay.
All right, and then next witness now is going to be Lacey's brother. So
I have to get on the page.
I don't know where I'm supposed to be.
well, you're late to class and you don't know where you're supposed to be either? Okay, I emailed you. Did you get the link?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to the prosecution witnesses and then you get like the little synopsis, right? Scroll down to Brent Rocha, Lacey's brother. Here, I'll pull mine up on the screen so you can see exactly where we are.
Okay, prosecution witnesses.
Right, and you should be like right here where it says, where is it? No, hold on a minute. Brent Rocha right here, Lacey's brother. And then you're going to click the link that says, do you see that? Witness number 10?
Witness number 10.
Mm-hmm. Leisha, do you see this?
Okay, wait. Where am I? Did you email it to me?
Oh no, I thought you had the link from last night. You don't?
Oh, it's the same link?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
That's okay.
I'm seeing,
Okay. Let me pull it up.
opening statement.
Keep going all the way down. Keep going till you start seeing. You'll see Lacey's stepfather up here.
What date is it?
Tuesday, the 8th of June.
Yeah, you have to go down quite a ways, right?
Yeah.
I'm starting my laptop.
Okay.
Okay, so it's the same.
I see Lacey's mother.
Keep going.
And then Ron comes
Ron.
after.
Ron, right? And then right after Ron, there's not a picture. It's after Exhibit G1 and G2 that I just showed. It says prosecution witness number 10, Brent Rocha. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, now you have to click that little testimony.
So I just have the Ron Gransky.
You have to go down past that.
Do you have okay? Can you see the screen, Leisha?
From last night, yeah. It ends at Gustasso saying, "I don't have anything."
Okay.
And then that's as far down as I can
Can you
go.
go back? What happens if you hit back? Will it bring you back?
No, because it goes. It takes me exactly.
All right,
there.
I'll send you the link I just sent Nana Patty. I'll send it to you just
I've
by
got
email.
it.
You got it? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, all right. So we have you want to be Brent, Nana, and Leisha can be. Let me see. Do we have a judge here? Because I don't think these witnesses are going to be as long.
Yeah, just give me something short or not super a lot. Because I did take one med, but not the other.
Okay. Yeah.
Brent
There's
is
some
Rocha,
judge in
right?
here, and then we'll put Scooter in on the other witness, which will be his wife.
Okay, so who am I?
You'll be the judge.
Oh, okay.
All right, and I will get you the link.
Okay.
I'm gonna email it to you now.
Okay, and I can go on screen. I just
Okay.
yeah.
I'm just gonna put the link in there, and then when you get to that link, you just have to do what I just showed Nana Patty. You have to
Okay,
scroll
so I
down.
may have to leave chat and then come back on screen, or I mean leave because I don't know if I can alter.
Okay, I'm just gonna.
Oh wait, here we go. Oh gosh, I don't want to be on video yet. Holy cats! I just took my hair out of clips.
I didn't even see. I don't even know what's going on.
It was like I stuck my finger in a socket.
Oh, I didn't even see
And
anything.
I even saw myself. I was like, "Holy mother!"
Me too, Leisha. Our power went off today because we're having ice storms here in Oklahoma.
Ice storms. Oh gosh, please! I don't want to hear that.
So I didn't even get to blow dry my hair today, and it just looks like a frizz mess.
Well, I just worked up a sweat shoveling and stuff. So.
Oh my gosh, snow.
Ice.
Before
12
Halloween.
degrees.
That's crazy.
I know. Good thing I took my fall wreath out of the garage 2 days ago before it
Do you
snowed.
normally have that before Halloween?
We had a September big snowstorm.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's Colorado.
I know,
We had a snowstorm 4th of July.
but I felt we were colder than Colorado last year. Like you guys would get cold and you'd be, oh, it's 80 degrees tomorrow. And then, like it was
That's
like
because
the weather
they
was
say
crazy.
if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
that's what they say in Reno too. I remember my uncle telling me that.
I mean, that's in Denver. If you're up in the mountains, you're getting it. Like, and you have it the whole winter, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But in Denver, we're mile high. I was born 2 miles high in Leadville, Colorado. Home of Molly Brown, Unsinkable. Go figure. Okay, I'm going to put,
Okay. All right, ready? I think, let me see. All right, so this is going to be Lacey's brother, Brent. And this is direct examination. Now we have David Harris. Oh boy, let's see. But I usually make the prosecution sound kind of normal. Okay. Mr. Rocha, what is your relationship with the victim in this case, Lacey Peterson?
Lacey's my sister.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked as People's number 14 for identification. Do you recognize who's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, that's Lacey.
I want to go through a little bit of just the family history. Did you grow up with Lacey?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
1 second.
All right.
Hubby's got to get ice.
The witness needs a break already.
Heck,
We haven't even begun.
we're in the court.
I'm still pulling up the script. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, he's done.
There's water
Where were
there
we?
if you need it.
Oh, I
Family
didn't
history?
I didn't get your email yet.
Oh, I sent it to you. You should get it. You're okay because the judge doesn't talk for a bit yet.
Okay.
So, am I the part where
Oh,
he
you want
just
me to
asked
repeat
about
the question?
the family history?
Yes. Let's see. I want you to go through a little bit of just the family history. Did you grow up with Lacey?
Carolyn,
Oh boy, no, we have an interruption from the peanut gallery. Yes.
he hurried up and took off. He was looking. He was going to say hi.
Oh,
I told
hi.
him, start being friendlier.
Who?
Her husband.
Making fun of you, you big baby.
She wants him to be friendlier. Okay. All right.
In my younger years, we were raised in the same household, and later I moved with my father,
And your father's name is?
Dennis Rocha.
And do you and Lacey share the same mother?
Yes,
And that's who?
Sharon Rocha.
At some point in time, let me back up for a second. Who's older, you or Lacey?
I'm older by 4 years.
And at some point in time, did your parents get divorced and you and Lacey kind of went to two separate families?
Actually, both of us went with my mother at that time.
That's Sharon.
Yes,
And then you were saying at some point in time, you said you went to live with your father. When was that?
I was about 9 or 10 years old,
And Lacey would have been around 4 or 5?
4 or 5.
And did you continue to see her even though you went to live with your dad at different points in time during the year?
Yes, there was weekend visitation. So we were either one weekend at my mom's or one weekend at my father's. So we would still see each other.
And did this continue throughout your life until the point in time that Lacey kind of grew up and went to college?
For the most part, there were times where it didn't happen every other weekend, but it was on a regular basis.
Okay, at some point in time, and we're talking about this, did you go off to college as well?
Yes, I did.
At what school did you go to?
Well, I started in San Diego.
Were you aware if Lacey went to college as well?
Yes.
Where did Lacey go to college?
San Luis Obispo, Cal Poly.
Now, since you were older than her, did you graduate before she did?
Yes, I did.
And after you graduated, at some point in time, did you ever happen to go visit her when she was at college?
Where was it that you would go? Oh, that's sorry. Yes, several times. Sorry.
That's okay. Where was it that you would go?
Well, generally, I'd go stay the weekend at her house down there. She lived at a few different places in San Luis throughout her college years, so I've been to all the different places she lived.
During that time period that you did go to visit her, did you ever become aware of the fact that she had become involved with or started to date somebody by the name of Scott Peterson?
Yes.
And the person that we're referring to as Scott Peterson, do you see him here in the room today?
Yes.
Could you point to that person and describe something that he's wearing?
He's wearing a tan blazer.
The record will reflect that he's identified the defendant. Oh, sorry, Alicia, that was you. Scooter, Alicia? We lost Alicia.
Oh, you, okay. I'll get, who am I now?
Well, I'd just be the judge until we get Alicia back here.
Okay, sorry.
You weren't
Yeah,
paying
because I
attention?
just went back.
Sorry,
Alicia.
I'm looking on the email, but I don't have it.
You didn't get it?
I didn't. Mm-mm.
Can you just type in Scott Peterson appeal
Yeah.
and go down to the
Okay.
end of the page? You'll see it.
Okay.
Scott Peterson appeal.com. It's like on the first page.
Or is it
when you-
.org? Is it .org?
Let me see. I'll tell you in a sec. It is
.org.
Yeah,
.org.
she got
Okay,
it.
Yeah. Okay. And then what do I hit?
and then just click on the whole thing there.
Case files and then the prosecution witness test.
Yeah, click on the
facts.
case
Yeah.
facts. Yes.
Okay. And then what do I want?
Prosecution
What do you want?
Go
witnesses.
down all the way to the bottom. You'll see a blue thing that'll say
Click here for court docs.
Uh-huh.
Exhibits and
Prosecution
transcripts.
witnesses.
Okay. Prosecution witness testimony.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that what you want? me to
Yep. Then
click
you've got
on?
to go all the way
Okay.
down to Brent. This might
Will
be a
I
good
go
all the
idea
way
to get a
down
glass of
to
water.
Brent.
Will I be doing anything on
yes.
this one or no?
Yeah, you'll be Brent's wife next.
Okay, but I
Okay.
should not do
So
these.
what
You could be the
number
court
witness
reporter. If
is
there's
it?
any court reporter, you could be the court reporter. If
What
what?
witness? Witness number
Brent, number 10.
10. What day of the week is it? The
June 8th.
Oh, I'm passing it. Wow, this is crazy.
When you went to those blue boxes, did you go to prosecution, witness testimony first and click on that?
Whatever Carolyn told me to click on. Okay,
Oh,
okay. So I just see number 9. But then it goes to Wednesday, June 9th.
There's no picture. And I think it's actually maybe the.
Oh, here we go. Prosecution number 10, Brent Rosa.
Yeah.
Lacey's
Yeah.
brother testimony. Okay, so
Why do they
then
keep
where
writing
are
that
we?
stuff?
What? What?
Somebody
First
keeps
time-
writing the silliest stuff to Scooter.
Oh,
It'll
okay.
be the
So
first time you see the judge.
Who's writing it?
The thing Sharon just deleted.
What did she write?
I think. Wait. But it. Oh, do I hit? I hit testimony. The blue
Yeah,
testimony.
testimony. Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't have the
Oh,
chat
okay.
on the testimony stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
About,
Here
you
we
know,
go.
whenever when they changed your name and they put that person after your name.
Biden. Why
Yeah,
did
you
they
can
change
change my
that
name.
to me?
They put
What did they
some-
do?
No, they
Hey, Scooter.
they
I'm
just
told
tease.
she's
I don't know.
saying to Scooter Biden
Yeah.
is their name.
Right.
So
No,
what
they
are they
said, "Are
trying
you
to
jelly?"
say?
They said, "Are you jelly, Scooter?"
I don't see the judge.
Oh yeah, you guys.
Objection here. Say okay. What the doctor said will be sustained. Is that
Oh
the
no,
one?
no, no! You got it before that. Do you see where she said the tan blazer?
Like up.
Rosha answers that Scott's wearing a tan blazer.
It says, "Could you please
Yes.
point? Could you point to that person? Describe something that he's wearing, a tan blazer." And then you're supposed to say, "The record will reflect."
Oh my gosh. Why can't I find it? Yes. She doesn't know about the other two?
No, it's the record will reflect.
Is it before? Am I too far ahead?
You're on Brent Rocha, right? Not.
Who is she supposed to be
Oh,
on?
I'm on Rosemary Rocha. How did I get on Rosemary? I clicked on
I
Brent.
I don't know.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. I clicked on. Aw, man. Now it's on Ron Grancy.
Number 10, right? Witness number 10?
Don't pack.
Uh-huh.
She
Wants to stretch their legs so they can get up for a little bit.
Okay, so let's do this again. Brent Rocha.
I feel like remember that trial that kept having all those
Yeah,
delays?
it says prosecution number 10, Brent Rocha, comma, Lacey's brother. And then it says testimony in blue. And then I clicked blue.
Yeah.
And then
Yes, ma'am.
it took me to Rosemary.
No, it should say Brent Rocha.
Ay. Okay, let's try this again.
You're going too far, I think.
No, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Okay, it worked this time. Hello, Mercury retrograde. Okay. Wow, these names are like way easier than last night. Rocha, Harris, that is Distasso, blah, you know. Okay, the record will reflect he's identified the defendant. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. During the time that you would go down and visit Lacey, did the relationship between your sister and the defendant blossom into something other than them just dating?
Now I've lost my spot.
I know. Everybody's lost their spot.
Sorry.
Where are you guys? I'm totally confused because I wasn't on it. I'm on
Yes.
it now.
Brent.
Where are you?
Brent Rocha. Yes. What would
But
you
where?
guys do when you go down to visit?
We're about a page down. I mean, it depends on how big you have your print.
see
I got
it.
my print pretty
I see
big.
it.
I feel
Did they eventually get married? Was that not the next question?
Yeah.
Then you said yes, and I said, what would you guys do when you would go down to visit, and that's where you are.
Okay. Oh, we've done a lot of different things. I mean, we go to farmers markets, we go out to dinner, we go wine tasting, go to a variety of different things, go to the movies.
When you're saying that would that mean Lacey, the defendant, and yourself?
Yes.
Are you about the same age as the defendant?
Approximately a couple of years older, maybe a year older.
And during this time period, did you also get to know the defendant when you were down there visiting your sister as well?
Yes, I did.
As you progressed through this getting to know the defendant, so to speak, did you become aware if he was in college or not?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury?
I was always aware that he was attending Cal Poly.
Did he graduate from Cal Poly?
Yes, he did.
And after the defendant graduated from Cal Poly, what did he and Lacey do?
Well, at that time, Lacey was living in Prunedale, I believe. She moved back to St. Louis, and they decided to open a business together. I believe Scott sold a business that his parents gave him, a packaging business, and they rolled that money into a restaurant.
Now, let me back up for a second. You're saying that Scott had a business prior to the business that he got into with Lacey?
When I first met Scott, I think he was probably 24, or I was about 24 as well, 25. He was attending college and he was running a packaging business.
And when you say packaging, what do you mean by that?
Well, I believe they contracted with local people who needed shipping to be like, for example, there was a company down there that produced hot sauces or something like that. They shipped them out to customers, so they would use his company to put their product into packages for shipping purposes.
Now, you say at some point in time that the defendant sells the business and opens up another business with Lacey.
Yes.
What business was that they opened up?
The Shack.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, it was more of a beer and burger place for college students. I mean, I started it from scratch. It wasn't an existing place they bought. All new equipment, everything in there were new cash registers, refrigerators, stoves, that kind of stuff.
And did it look like the defendant, I mean, since it was his money that he got from his parents at a previous business that was sold, rolled into this new business, did it look like there was a substantial amount of money that was sunk into this business?
Oh, I would say well over $50,000, maybe upwards of 100. I don't know the dollar figures, but you know, restaurant equipment can be expensive. It was all new operation.
As this was progressing, was it just the defendant running the shack, or did your sister also get involved in it?
Oh, they both worked in the shack.
Well, what would they do, if you could tell us?
Well, I wasn't there day to day, but Lacey, I know she had a lot to do, the decorating and kind of setting up the atmosphere and kind of working in the kitchen from what I understood. Scott flipped burgers, and the only reason I really knew that is because he said he didn't want to flip burgers for the rest of his life. So I believe that's one of the reasons why they decided to sell the business.
Now, during the time period that they had the business, was he still a student, or had he graduated at that point?
I believe he graduated, but he still had contacts with the fraternity down there that he was in. I think he was in a fraternity after he graduated, so a lot of those fraternity members would attend or would go to the shack.
Okay. Do you happen to know what kind of degree he had?
I think it was ag business.
And when you say ag business, that's like agriculture.
Agriculture, yeah.
You also mentioned that you only knew Scott was flipping burgers because he made a statement to you about that.
Correct.
And what was the statement that he made?
Well, it was just along the lines that he didn't want to be flipping burgers for the rest of his life, so that's why they were going to sell the place.
Let's see. Who's going to sell the place? Hold on, I moved my page and now, okay. I got it. Did he talk to you about whether this work was hard or not?
No, I don't think he ever mentioned it was hard, but I think it became maybe something he wasn't interested in doing anymore.
So after you have this conversation with him, where he says he doesn't want to flip burgers for the rest of his life, did you become aware of him interviewing for jobs up in Northern California?
Yes.
And did he interview for a job up in Sacramento?
Yes, he did.
And did you become aware of that particular job interview up in that location?
I'm sorry.
Did you become aware of that job interview up in that location?
Yes.
Now, do you have a connection to the Sacramento area?
I live in Sacramento area.
All right. Again, for geographic purposes, Sacramento is north of Modesto?
Yes.
What's the approximate distance?
60, 75 miles.
Did he, when the defendant started to look for this job, did you know or had this interview, did you know what type of job it was for?
It was an agricultural type sales position.
Something in the field that he graduated from.
Right, yes.
And you also mentioned that it was sales. Did you become aware that the defendant was interested in getting some type of sales position?
Not particularly. I think he was looking at any position he could obtain at that time.
Now, was he successful in getting the job up in Sacramento?
I don't believe so, because they didn't end up moving up to Sacramento. They later moved to Modesto.
So after that particular interview, the defendant lands in Modesto?
Yes.
And now when you say they, are you talking about the defendant and your sister?
Correct.
So, do you remember the approximate time that ultimately the defendant and your sister end up moving back to Modesto?
Well, I think it was in the summer, but around 2000 is what I recall. I mean, give or take.
And during the time period, were you always living up in Sacramento?
Yes.
Did you have daily contact with them, or is there something that you had a little bit more infrequent contact?
It was more infrequent because of the distance.
And when they moved back to Modesto, Were you aware of what their housing situation was at first?
I know, not particularly.
Do you know if they were renting or if they owned their home?
Well, I knew, yes, they were renting. I had been there a couple different times, but I didn't know they stayed with my parents for a couple of weeks. I didn't know that.
All right, so as it progresses, they come back to Modesto, they're renting. You visited that particular place. Did you become aware that they were attempting to or had bought a new house? Not a new house, but they bought a house in Modesto.
Yes, they were. I believe they were working out a deal with his parents where they could get some money for the down payment to purchase the house.
And when you say they were working out a deal with his parents, who are you referring to?
Scott.
So Scott had gotten some money from his parents for a down payment?
Correct.
And were they able to get this money and buy this house?
Yes, they were.
And the house that we're talking about, is that the Covina residence?
Yes.
And the deal goes through. Did you ever go down and visit Scott and Lacey at this house?
Oh, yes, several times.
So when you would go down and visit them, were you aware of the layout of the house or what they might have in and around the house?
Yes.
Did they happen to have a dog?
Yes.
What's the dog's name?
Mackenzie.
Can you tell us a little bit about Mackenzie?
He's a golden lab retriever. He was always kind of a hyper dog, but when I was always come around, he would kind of bark at first until, Lacey would say, "Oh, it's okay, Mackenzie." But he pretty playful, but for the most part, he was kind of protective when he first saw me.
Okay, hang on a minute. When he was barking, now some dogs just bark because they're afraid, Leisha, get ready, of their own shadows, and some dogs bark for other reasons. Can you describe for us what you meant when he was barking? Objection. It calls for speculation. There's no foundation. It's vague. Leisha? Did we lose?
Overruled. You can answer that.
No.
Oh, whoops, sorry. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't break open a dog's mind. I don't know what he was doing, why he was barking. All dogs bark, so I'll sustain the objection.
Let me try in a different way. Did you view the barking as being aggressive? No.
Objection. Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
Were you afraid of the dog?
Physically or mentally? Physically or mentally?
I wasn't afraid of the dog because I met the dog previously, but it was an aggressive stance. Like, "Hey, you're kind of a stranger. I don't know you."
A motion to strike, the last part, as to what the dog thought.
No, but that's an observation. That's an observation of the witness and...
Of the witness projecting as to what they thought the dog thought.
Correct. I'll let it stand.
Now, during this time that you told us that you had gotten to know the defendant, did you get to know the defendant's hobbies or his lifestyle, his enjoyments?
Yes.
And what seemed to be his most favorite pastime?
Golf, definitely.
When you say golf, definitely, can you explain that for us?
Well, I mean, even the first time I met him, we went to the farmer's market down in St. Louis. And the first thing he did, well, not the first thing he did, but we stopped in, I believe it was at Copeland's, and he was hitting balls off in the indoor driving range. Visited him down at Morro Bay, where he worked at a golf course. I mean, that was his primary hobby. That's what he liked to do.
And when Scott talked about things, what did he talk about the most?
I wouldn't say he was always talking about golf.
Objection, vague as to time.
Sustained.
Talking about the focusing end after they came back to Modesto, we're talking about Scott's hobbies or his pastimes. Did he talk to you about golf on a regular basis?
I wouldn't say on a regular basis, but often.
And did he try to get you to go golfing with him?
Yes.
And did you ever go golfing with him?
Yes.
How many times, if you remember?
About 4 or 5 times.
And that's in a 2-year time period that they were back in Modesto.
Yes. Well, not all within the 2-year time period. One time it was in Sacramento, which happened previously. So, but the other 2 or 3 times was in the 2-year time period.
Now, during the same, let's talk about the entire time period. Did he ever try to get you to go fishing with him?
No.
And did Scott ever talk about hunting with his family,
Yes.
particularly his dad?
Yes.
And did he talk about that as often as he talked about golf?
Not as often, but he did mention it.
And when he talked about the hunting with his dad, did he ever mention that he also went fishing with his dad?
No.
So did he ever talk about fishing with you at all?
Nothing about fishing.
Now, at some point in time, due to your age and the relationship that you developed with the defendant, did you talk about, husbandhood, parenthood, those types of things that maybe guys sometimes do?
There were times he asked, how I was doing. Actually, we were golfing one time, and I think I was expecting my first son. It was pretty informal, nothing significant. And then there was other times we talked about certain events. If we were, for example, at his house, one time we were in his pool, and he was talking about him becoming a father shortly. And so we had discussion about that.
Now, let me back it up for a second, and we'll come back to that in a second. When you said that you were expecting your first child at some point in time after the defendant had been married to Lacey, did you start a relationship that ultimately ended in you getting married?
Yes.
And your wife's name is?
Rosha.
And do you have any children?
Yes, I do.
What are their approximate ages?
1 and 3.
So try this again. During the time that your wife was pregnant, did you have contact with the defendant and Lacey?
Yes.
And so they were aware as your wife kind of progressed through her pregnancy.
Yes.
And all of the things that come with that.
In general terms, yes.
And from what you could tell, did your wife and Lacey talk about this pregnancy, Rose's pregnancy?
On occasion, yes, they did.
And now you mentioned that there was a point in time when I think you said you were expecting or something was occurring, that you had a conversation with Scott. I want to go back to that. What did the defendant tell you during that particular conversation?
We were in the pool at their house in Modesto, at the Cavina house, and Rose and Amy and Lacey were on one end of the pool with my son and me and Scott were on the other end of the pool, and we were just kind of talking about life. We were just talking about, not only him being a parent, but just in general, how he wasn't doing good at his job, and kind of had a lot going on. He's turning 30, and he was going to be a father.
Was he the one that specifically said he wasn't doing good in his job?
Yes.
And was he the one who said he was turning 30?
Yes.
And do you recall, in terms of the relationship of his birthday to Lacey's pregnancy?
No.
Do you know what the defendant's birth date is?
I don't.
He has this discussion with you. What was his demeanor when he was saying these things to you?
His demeanor, he was down, kind of quiet. He was talking about how he was trying to interview new associates at his business and hoping they would be better salespeople than he would be. That was just the gist of the conversation.
Now, during the time period that the defendant was married to your sister, did you become aware of how, try this again, thinking about Modesto, I'll be more specific. We're up in Modesto. They now have their house on Covina. Did you go into the house?
Yes.
And did you see how Lacey furnished the house?
Yes.
Would you say that, could you describe for us the type of things that Lacey bought?
Furniture or what?
Oh, that's Leisha.
Oh, Judge.
Leisha?
I muted myself. I'm sorry. Furniture or what?
Furniture or otherwise.
she had a nice household she put together very neatly and creatively. She was a pretty creative person. It wasn't all brand new stuff. They had moved a lot of the stuff from their previous homes. But she had what I thought was good style and pretty up the trends, that type of decorative style.
Do you happen to know what your sister's degree was from college?
Ornamental horticulture.
And during the time that we're talking about in Modesto, when they buy the house and these things are going on, had you recently finished being a college student, so to speak?
Yes.
And did you ever think about how these things were being paid for?
Yes.
And why is that?
Well, sometimes my wife and I, after visiting Lacey, were like, how do they afford to do all these things? Get a new pool. I mean, we were scraping to save up for our house, and they were able to get into it pretty easily. New cars, not brand new, but fairly new, nicer cars. They had nice things. I mean, for example, like his bar was stocked with the premium liquors, and which costs a lot of money when you're in college. So things that I noticed.
Now, to move into a little bit of a different area here, I want to talk to you about your grandmother and your grandfather. During this same period of time, did one of your grandmothers pass away?
Yes.
And at that time that we're talking about in Modesto?
Yes.
And which grandmother was that?
It was on my father's side.
It was on Dennis's side?
Yes.
So that would be Lacey's grandmother as well.
Yes.
And did your grandmother and grandfather have some kind of a business or land holdings that were part of her estate?
They had a family business at one time, which was a dairy farm.
All right, so just to go through this, the estate that we're talking about that started out as a dairy farm up in the Central Valley?
Yes.
Was it, if you can tell us, a big farm, a small farm?
It was probably considered a small family farm.
And when your grandmother passes away, what happens?
Well, at that point in time, they already were semi-retired, where they moved to another location, already sold the ranch, and so they had their estate set up. So if something should happen to either one of them, the other person could be taken care of. So that happened, and my grandfather was not real cognizant at the time, so I became a trustee and looked after his needs.
Were you the sole trustee?
No, I was co-trustee.
And who was the other co-trustee?
Robin Rocha.
As part of your grandmother's estate, did some money or property basically pass into trust to help take care of your grandfather?
Yes, everything was set up in trust for his needs.
Also, as part of her passing, was there some kind of conveyance of or some type of mechanism set up so that the property did come to the children or to the grandchildren?
The way it was set up was that at the time of both of their passing, then there was a bequest that was given to the grandchildren, which was their home.
And that was a house that was going to be put up for sale.
Yes.
When was it put up for sale?
I believe in November or December of 2002.
So shortly before Lacey went missing.
Yes.
And now your grandfather was living in the house, but because of his health needs, he had to be placed somewhere prior to that.
In October of 2002, we moved him to a skilled nursing facility.
And after he moves, the trustees at that point, this time, felt it was best to sell the property.
Yes, to help preserve the assets, to help cover the cost of the skilled nursing facility, we were going to sell the home.
Was there also some, from your grandmother's side of the estate, was there also some jewelry that was passed on?
Yes.
And was it one piece of jewelry, multiple pieces of jewelry?
There were several pieces of jewelry.
Did you have much interest in that jewelry?
No.
And did you help the co-trustee give that to Lacey?
Yes.
And there were a number of watches and earrings and things of that nature.
Yes.
And after, just to go through this real quickly, after your grandmother dies, did you actually collect those items and place them someplace?
We placed them in a security box at a bank because we had an in-home caregiver for my grandfather for a couple of years. Someone who take out to clean the place. We thought it would be safer just to place those things in a security deposit box.
Okay. Did you go get those items from the safe deposit box?
No, I asked Robin, the co-trustee, to go get them and give them to Lacey.
And was that done as far as you're aware?
Yes.
So at some point in time, the jewelry is passed down from your grandmother to Lacey and Amy. Was it your understanding that they were going to kind of go through and see if there's anything that they liked?
Yes.
And do you know what time period that happened?
It was at the time period when we moved my grandfather out of the house, because the timing of this whole event is that, well, we're going to start distributing some of the assets that are in the house. So let's just kind of settle everything right now. So it was October, November, around that time frame.
Of 2002?
Yes.
Okay. After the stuff goes to Lacey and Amy, did you actually get something back from them at that point in time?
Yes.
Can you tell me what that was?
I got in a pair of earrings and 2 men's watches.
And the earrings, did they give them or pass some on to someone?
Yeah, I had my wife hold them. The reason we wanted the earrings was in case if we ever have a daughter, we'd have something of my grandmother's to give her.
All right. Now, during the time period, let me ask another question of foundation. Was your grandfather's house actually sold, your grandfather's house?
Yes, it was.
And what was the value it was sold for?
I believe around $485,000.
Now, after the house was sold, was the money eventually going to be distributed to the grandchildren?
There was talk about possibly distributing it to the grandchildren. There was provisions in the trust that said no one would get anything until they were at least 30 years old. I've also consulted with an attorney, an accountant, and a financial advisor as to whether we should retain that money for my grandfather's needs.
So during this time period that we're talking about then, October, November of 2002, shortly before Lacey had gone missing, did you ever have conversations with the defendant about any of the plans to keep this money from the beneficiaries?
No.
Now, the 3 individuals that they were the grandchildren, they are...
Myself, Lacey, and Amy Roche.
I want to move forward in time. Well, let me ask you one additional question. The jewelry that you got back from Lacey and Amy, that was for you and for Rose, or for your ultimate granddaughter. Did the police at any point in time come to ask you and see those and kind of make an accounting of all of your grandmother's jewelry?
Yes, they did.
And did they provide you all of that to the and did you provide all of that to the detective from the Modesto Police Department?
Yes, I did.
And now let me ask you about that real quick, kind of on a completely different subject. Did you talk to somebody from Modesto Police Department a number of times?
Yes, several.
And when you would talk to somebody, as far as you were aware, they would write a report about what you told them?
Yes.
And after they wrote these reports, did they ever give you copies of these reports to look at them to see if they were accurate?
Yes.
And since you're telling them something and they're kind of writing it down, did you find mistakes and ask them to correct them?
A couple.
And as far as you're aware, did the representatives from the Modesto Police Department make those corrections and changes that you asked them to?
Yes, they did.
Okay, moving forward toward in time, December 24th of 2002, did you receive a phone call sometime that evening about something involving your sister?
Yes.
Now tell us what happened.
My wife and I were returning from church. I think it was around 7, and we went from 6 to 7. So we stopped by our place. We were going to go to other family members' houses. We stopped by to get hors d'oeuvres and whatnot that we were bringing, and there was 4 or 5 messages on my machine. And that's pretty odd. And while I was there, before I got a chance to play the messages, Ron called and he said Lacey was missing. And I immediately come down there right away. So
Did Ron seem pretty frantic when he was talking to you?
extremely frantic. I knew it was very serious.
So you get this call from Ron, and what do you do then?
I gathered some, I changed my clothes, I got some heavy jackets and flashlights, some gloves, and got in the truck and left.
And where did you go?
Straight to Scott and Lacey's house.
And when you get to the scene, do you remember what time it was?
8:30.
So you get there about 8:30 on Christmas Eve.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us what was going on at the defendant's house?
It was pretty surreal. When I got there was a chopper overhead, so his light was shining down. They were already starting to do the infrared search in the park. There were probably 40 plus people out front in the front yard. My mom was screaming. Officers were there. They were already had the house taped off. It was somewhat chaotic. It was very chaotic.
And now you're talking about your mom screaming. Was she yelling at someone or just...
Just crying, kind of hysterical.
And did you happen to see the defendant at that time?
Yes, he was in the driveway.
What was he doing?
From my perception of Scott that evening was that he was just kind of staring straight ahead and not looking at anyone, just kind of like in outer space, just kind of looking and not really making eye contact with anyone, and not really, he was just kind of by himself.
Did you see members of the family try to approach him?
Well, I tried to approach him, and it was always just kind of, oh, I don't know. It was just really a tense situation at that moment. And I don't remember. We didn't even talk. It was just like we had no conversation. I don't recall other people trying to actually approach him.
Now, when you say it was tense, I just want to go back through this. Up until that moment that you see the defendant in his driveway and approach him, were you on good terms with him?
Oh, absolutely.
And it was a relationship of kind of like you said, like age men kind of talking about wives and fatherhood and bad things at work.
We had a great relationship.
So you walked up to him and you said it was tense.
There was pressure on the situation. I mean, there was a lot going on. There was a lot happening. So it was just, I don't know really how to describe it, but just, stressful.
Okay, let's see. So it was stressful. Did you do anything to relieve the stress at that time?
No.
Objection. That calls for speculation.
Sustained.
A vague.
Sustained.
As the scene evolves, as at his house, at some point in time, did you become aware that members from the Modesto Police Department were there and some detective was telling you guys basically to go home?
Yes.
And do you remember about what time that was?
I'm thinking it was around 11:30. We left Lacey and Scott's house.
And this is after the park had been searched and this helicopter was flying overhead?
Yes.
And they basically told you to go home until the morning.
Yes.
And when the police department advised you to go home at this point in time, you've already told us about having flashlights. Was it fairly dark outside?
Yes.
And it's 11:30 on Christmas Eve, so it's nighttime.
Yes.
Was it also cold?
Very cold. It was really cold.
So they advised you to go home. And do you and your mother and your side of the family attempt to get the defendant to do anything at that time?
Not at that time, but at some point in the night, I asked Scott if he wanted to come over at the house, at my mom's house, or if he wanted me to stay there that night.
And what did he respond?
He said no.
So he didn't want you to go to his house, and he didn't want you to come over to your mom's house?
Correct. And he also responded kind of like in a shocked way. Oh, you're staying the night down here? Like, because he was surprised I wasn't going back up to Sacramento.
And he says, no, don't come over to his house, and he's not going over to Sharon's house. Objection. Mistakes the evidence.
The testimony was he asked if he would like to come over to their house, or he volunteered to stay at his house, and he said no. That was the testimony. Okay.
After he makes the statement, where do you go?
Well, we went back to my mom's house. Well, first of all, Amy left her keys in someone's jacket. It was really cold. Everyone was sharing jackets that night. So somehow her keys got in someone else's jacket, which got taken over to my mom's house. I took her over to my mom's house to retrieve her keys. We stayed there for probably about an hour, and I eventually brought Amy back to get her car at Lacey's house.
And just so we're clear about this, it's been described that your mom's house, and that's Sharon Rocha, her house is a short distance away. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
And you said that Amy's car was parked over at the defendant's and Lacey's house.
Yes.
And was it parked out in the street or parked in the driveway?
It was on the side of the street near where the vacant house was, right next door.
And that's on Covina?
Yes.
And did you take Amy back to her car? Do you remember about what time this was?
This was about 2 a.m.
So when you get back at 2 a.m., do you do anything at that point in time?
Well, we kind of stayed out front for a little bit. The crime scene truck or van was still there, kind of waited around, and our stepbrother was there and his girlfriend, and we kind of just talked for about 15 or 20 minutes, determined what we were going to do the next day. Then I left and went back to my mom's house.
And did you try to find the defendant at that point in time?
He wasn't there.
He wasn't at the house?
According to whoever was processing the crime scene, they said Scott did not return.
Did you stay there, or did you go back to your mom's house?
I went back to my mom's.
What did you try to do?
Well, we kind of all sat on the couch that night, and Ron was in the front room, my mom and myself. I don't know, we were just talking, trying to lay down. Obviously, we couldn't sleep. So eventually, I went back out later that night, about 3:30 in the morning. Just went driving around near the house.
And did you try and make contact with the defendant at that time?
Well, all the lights were off, so it didn't look like he was home, or if he was sleeping, or there was really no one around. No, I didn't stop by or try to make a phone call or anything like that.
Now, you said before that there was some Modesto Police Department van that was in front of the property when you took Amy back. Was that van still there when you got back at 3 a.m.?
No.
So there were no lights on, and there was no police presence at that time.
Correct.
Throughout the night until the next morning, did you ever attempt to contact the defendant or go into the house or knock at the house or whatever?
I called the defendant, but I didn't go back to the house. Next time I went to the house was about 7:30 in the morning.
And you said that you called him. When was that?
I think I called him probably around 7, as soon as I started getting light. He said, "We're coming over, go search the park."
And did you go over
Yes.
to the house?
Yes.
Now tell us what happened when you get to the house. Now it's the morning of the 25th.
Yes. Scott opens the door, says, "Come in." He was just getting out of the shower. He still had a towel wrapped around him. I waited for him to get dressed. He said, "When I showed up there that night, before it was dark, I had no idea where this park was even at." So he was getting dressed, getting ready to go, got Mackenzie on a leash, and we were going to start searching the park.
Let me back up just to be sure. So he comes to the door. Could you tell that he just took a shower?
Yes, he was in a towel and his hair was wet.
Okay, when you got to the house, did you walk over to the house or did you drive over to the house on the 25th?
I drove over to his house.
And what type of vehicle? Was this your truck that you were talking about?
Yes.
Where did you park your truck?
I parked my truck kind of in the street, but it blocked his driveway.
Was his vehicle and Lacey's vehicle still in the driveway when you got there on the morning of the 25th?
Yes.
Would you have not been able to get either of those two vehicles out of the driveway where you had parked?
No, we would not.
So Scott comes out, he gets Mackenzie, and the two of you go where?
We start heading for the park.
Okay, which park are we talking about?
East La Loma Park, or I think that's the name of it.
How does he take you into the park?
Well, he actually doesn't. We get separated at some point, and me and Ron end up heading down into the park. And I believe Scott's with my mom, so he I think he helps my mom over to the neighbor's house, and so he actually didn't walk down into the park with me.
All right. Did you go down in the park?
Yes.
At some point in time, when you're walking down into the park, does Ron come to you, get your keys so that Scott can get his truck to go to the shop?
Scott, yes.
Okay. And what time was that?
I would say it had to be around 8 because I know I started heading down into the park and all the patrol officers were starting to line up and start walking, figure out what they were going to do. And they were all showing up right around 8 o'clock.
And did the defendant tell you why it was that he wanted to go to the warehouse the morning of the 25th?
He said he wanted to go get tape to hang posters, flyers.
Did he tell you what kind of tape he wanted to go get at the warehouse?
No, he did not say.
Did he come back with some tape?
Yes, he did.
And did you see him use that tape thereafter?
We both used it. We walked around the neighborhood together, just Scott and I, hanging the flyers with duct tape.
So this is the kind of silver gray tape that you pull apart?
Yes.
And when he comes back with the duct tape, about how much time had elapsed from when he said he was leaving to go to the warehouse until he comes back with the duct tape?
Well, I remember the time frame because I was coming up from the park after searching it, and I was down there for a couple of hours. So it was about 2 hours where he was going.
Did he ever go to the warehouse from his house?
No.
Oh, excuse me. Did you ever go to the warehouse from his house? I'm sorry.
No.
So you don't know the approximate distance?
Well, I do roughly, but not because I've been there previously.
Do you know the general location where that warehouse is?
Yes.
What's the approximate distance from the warehouse general location to the house of the defendant?
It'd be a guesstimate. I would say 10 miles.
And when you were done putting up the posters with the duct tape with the defendant, did you have some kind of appointment of time or that you and the defendant had to be back at the house that morning of the 25th?
Well, it wasn't really an appointment, but I knew the media was coming out and they were going to be out for the 12 o'clock shoot. So we were trying to, well, it wasn't that we were trying to get back in time. We just happened to be hanging flyers and we ran out of flyers, so we headed back to the house.
And what time did you get back to the house with the defendant?
Well, I know it was before noon. I would say somewhere between 11:30 and 12, probably around 11:30. And like I said, the only reason I know that time frame is because that's when we first did our first interviews.
Okay, and let's go through this. So you come back up from the park, you're with the defendant.
Yeah, sorry.
And when you come back up from the park, are you with the defendant?
Well, we came back from the neighborhood from hanging flyers. That's when we came back to the house at about 11:30.
All right. So when you arrived back at the house at 11:30 time period, you were with the defendant.
Yes.
And did you see any media presence at that point in time?
Yes.
And did you want to talk to the media at that point in time?
Yes. Well, not me in particular. I was saying, hey, what should we do? We need to get the message out and figure out what we're going to do. And Scott said he didn't want to talk to the media. The only person he wanted to talk the only person he wanted to talk was my mom or myself.
And did he give you a reason why he didn't want to talk to the media on the morning of the 25th?
No.
What did he do after he made this statement about not wanting to talk to the media?
He stayed in the house. I went out in front and with Lacey, two of Lacey's friends, because my mom couldn't do it. She didn't want to talk. And we brought the dog out of the backyard so everyone could see what the dog looked like and tried to get the word out that Lacey was missing.
And now your mom's condition. Was she capable of talking to the media at that time?
No.
And did Scott seem to be upset and incapable of talking to the media?
No.
Now maybe we can get...
Well, there's one time in particular at my wedding, Rose and I's, our wedding, where he kind of took the microphone for like 10 minutes and gave a long speech and kind of had absolutely no problem getting up and talking in front of a large group of people.
So you talked to the media on the morning of the 25th going into the afternoon of the 25th?
Yes.
And did the defendant during that time period ever come outside or even pose for the cameras?
No.
After this happened, did you start to ask the defendant to do some things? Say, for example, search for maybe to see if any of Lacey's clothes were missing?
Just started to question, hey, what was she wearing? The last time you saw her, all that kind of stuff. Are those clothes there? That kind of stuff. I asked him about that a few times about that.
Did he ever do it as far as you know?
He didn't seem too interested in pursuing that, checking into that. So no, and he never let me know. I don't know if he did it and he didn't tell me, but I'm not aware if he did it.
Did you ask him that repeatedly?
On more than one occasion, yes.
And in any of those times that you asked him, the second or the third or whatever time it was, did he say, oh, well, I did it, or respond to you?
No.
Okay, moving forward in time a little bit. Was the point where I believe it was the Son Carrington Foundation that got involved?
Yes.
And was it arranged, I don't know if it's by them, but in association with them, some type of a vigil that was going to happen on the 12/31?
Yes.
So on New Year's Eve?
Yes.
Did you go to the vigil?
Yes, I did.
Where did the vigil take place?
It was in the park.
And that's the Covina Park that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Now, is this park, from your experience, in the area kind of a big park?
Yes, it is.
And at different parts in this park, does it have different names for different parts of the park?
I believe so.
Where exactly was it that you had the vigil, if you know?
I believe it's considered East La Loma Park.
East La Loma. Oh, sorry.
East La Loma?
That's you, Nana.
East La Loma. I'm not certain on the name. We just referred to it as the tennis courts. That's in the area where the tennis courts are.
Okay. When the vigil started to take place, was there some place or platform in which the family was supposed to go up and sit?
There was a large trailer, or kind of like a diesel trailer. We kind of had chairs up there and a microphone.
Did the family go up there?
Yes.
Was there anybody absent?
Scott was not there.
Did you try to find Scott at the vigil?
Several people tried to find him, but they could not locate him.
Did you ever talk to him on the phone during, before, or during the vigil?
When I was up on the stage, he called me. I believe he called me. I don't think I called him. And he says, well, if people are looking for me, I'm going to watch the vigil from down here with my friends.
Did he ever go up on stage?
No.
I'd like to have marked next in order 3 photographs, which I've shown to council.
Mark them as 24A, B, and C.
Yes.
It'd be 24A, B, and C.
24A, B, and C?
Right.
Well, the clerk's already prepared for 24, 25, and 26. I can do that.
Do you want to do that? Overruled. I've been overruled. 24, 25, 26. That's all right.
Still you.
These are all photos of the park?
Yes. Well, 2 photos of the vigil, and the third is a poster of people at the vigil.
All right.
Mr. Rocha, I'm going to show you these 3 photographs, and I'm going to ask you to look at these real briefly.
Okay.
Have you had a chance to look at them now?
Yes.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
That was the night of the vigil.
So, 24, 25, that's kind of a shot from back behind the crowd looking up towards the stage area.
Yes.
And the last one, I believe that's 26, that's a close-up view of some of the people that were there.
Yes.
Okay, and 26, people's number 26. That would be a close-up that includes your mother.
Yes, it does.
Let me put these up on the screen and have you talk about what's here. Do these photos appear as they did that night? Oh, excuse me.
Do those photos appear as they did that night?
Yes, they do.
Mr. Rocha, starting with the one that's marked number 24, can you describe for the jury what's being depicted in this particular photograph?
Well, where the blue tent is, that's the stage. And can you see the podium up there? I see my dad on the left-hand side, and Amy, myself, my mom, and Jackie and Lee. So they had chairs for all of us behind the podium.
Now, let me back up and go through this. The person that you are saying is Jackie. Who is that?
Scott's mother.
And the person that you're saying is Lee. Who is that?
Scott's father.
And this was this somewhat representative of that photograph, representative of the crowd that was out that night?
Well, yes, it was a larger crowd, but much larger than that. But it was crowded like that, and everyone was grouped together.
Okay, going to the next photograph. Now, if you can describe for us what's depicted in people's number 25?
I believe that's Jackie Peterson speaking at the podium.
And to the right, let me just go through this. At the bottom center of the photograph, there's a podium that's depicted there, and there's a subject standing at that podium.
Yes.
And that's who you're describing as Jackie Peterson.
Yes.
And almost directly behind her and to the right of that photograph is an empty chair.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes.
And to the right of that, there's an individual, and it appears to be some type of jacket that's dark in color with lighter particular sleeves.
Yes.
Is that Lee Peterson?
Yes.
Showing you the next photograph, people's number 26. Can you describe for us what that is?
Well, there's a picture of my mom and her friend Sandy, and I don't recall the names of the other individuals there, but that was sometime later that night during the vigil.
Okay, just go through this. To the right side of this particular photograph is the individual you're referring to as Sandy?
Yes.
And do you know her last name?
Rickard.
And to her left, the second person from the right of the photograph, who's that?
That's my mother, Sharon Rocha.
Okay. Now, behind them, it's not very clear from the photographs. Is there a big poster that was out there?
Yes.
And what was depicted in the poster?
A couple of pictures of Lacey, and you can see her name there. Lacey Peterson is missing, and how much the reward was. And there was a bunch of candles underneath that banner there.
Was there a pretty big media turnout at this particular vigil?
Yes.
And I can't say at what extent of the families were there, but was it broadcast or put out to the media that there was a reward being offered in this case?
Yes.
And what was the reward that was being offered to the media?
At that time, I believe it was $500,000.
So there was a $500,000 reward being offered for the information for the return of Lacey Peterson?
Yes.
You can go ahead and resume the lights.
Okay.
In and around the time period that we're talking about, the vigil, did you also become a time where the police would set up a command center or command post, or that the families had set up a command post?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
The police command post was down in the park. The volunteer effort got so large that we were advised we might want to move. The command post was originally going to be at the house on Cabina, but it would be disruptive to the neighbors. So we found another location to accommodate everyone that was more suitable for our needs.
Okay. And when we talk about the command post or the command center, those are actually two different things?
Yes.
So to make sure that we're using the same terms, the command post or command center, let's use that for the police. And they set that up in the park?
Yes.
And they were coordinating, from what you could tell, search efforts from either volunteers or professionals?
Yes.
And now the other center. This was the volunteer center, the one that was being set up or maintained or run by families and the son, Carrington?
Yes.
Where did that end up being set up?
At the Red Lion Hotel.
And again, geographically, is the Red Lion Hotel next to the park?
No.
Is it some distance away?
Yes.
The park, is it just a few miles from downtown?
Yes.
Is that Red Lion Hotel in the downtown area?
No, it's not.
All right, so it's even further than the downtown area?
Yeah, it's along a freeway, so it's probably 10, 15 miles from downtown, maybe 10.
So after the visitor center or the volunteer center gets set up, do you start or do you continue to have conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
And at some point in time, do you talk to him about, or does he tell you something about him observing people following him?
Yeah, it's probably a day or two after we got the command center set up. So it was probably maybe the 27th or 28th. Around that time period, he said the media were following him and the police were following him.
Okay, yeah. Did he tell you why it was that he thought the police were following him?
Well, I said, how do you know who's following you? You know, how do you know it's the media, or how do you know it's the police? Well, I know it's the police because they have dark tinted windows and they're driving Dodge Intrepids or Chrysler cars.
And this was around the 27th that he was making this statement to you?
Well, actually, he didn't say Dodge Intrepids. He said Dodge or Chrysler cars. That was his statement. He didn't say Intrepids. Yes, it was around that time period.
And after that particular conversation, was there a later point in time when you would continue to have phone calls or phone conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
And after some events had unfolded and everybody seemed to become aware of an individual by the name of Amber Fry, did you have a phone call or phone conversation with the defendant about his mistress, Amber Fry?
Yes.
I want to talk to you about that now. When you became aware of the existence of Amber Fry and the defendant's relationship with her, Did you call him, or did he call you during that conversation? And did you express some concern that maybe she being involved?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that and what he responded?
First of all, did you call him or did he call you?
I called him first because the information came out in the National Enquirer. I said, Scott, did you see this article? He said, no. He goes, hold on, let me go get it. And then he called me back after he went to the store to try to find it.
And did he ever admit to you about having a relationship with Amber Fry?
At first, when I asked him that day, he denied it. But then after he admitted it, yes.
So at some point later, at a later point in time.
Yeah, in that same conversation.
And when he admitted to you about having this relationship with Amber Fry, did you express some concern about her?
Well, I was just trying to get more information about what was going on. Scott, how do you know she has nothing to do with it, you know?
And what did he respond?
He said, no way. She couldn't have anything to do with it. She wouldn't do it. She didn't even know Lacey existed.
So after he explained to you that Amber didn't know that Lacey existed, and did he continue the conversation about that, or did it kind of just end at that point in time?
Well, no, we continued because I was still questioning him. I'm all, how do you mean that she didn't know that she existed? And we were talking a little bit, and he said, well, she didn't know anything about Lacey. I told her about when Lacey went missing. So that was like the first time Amber even knew Lacey existed.
The defendant was relating to you that he had called Amber and told Amber when Lacey disappeared.
Yes.
And during another one of these conversations, did you again somewhat, I don't want to say be confrontational, discuss with him information that you were starting to learn?
Yes.
And did you ever talk to him and kind of ask him about some concrete or cement that was at his shop?
Yeah, again, it was in one of those articles. They talked about cement anchors. I said, well, what's the deal with that? Because this is the first I've heard of it. He said, oh, yeah. The police asked me about it. I said, they already asked you about that stuff? He said, yeah, and I told them, I used it to make anchors. And I think his response was to me, I go, there was only one anchor, he said. Well, I used the rest of the cement for my driveway.
Now, going back to the Amber Fry conversation, he, from what you're saying, he told you, now it's not true that he admitted that he did. Were you also present when there was some discussion about a photograph with him and Amber Fry?
Yes.
And can you tell us about that? What happened there?
Well, that night the families got together for a dinner, and he was saying...
The same night you talked about the anchor and so forth?
The anchor didn't come out until about January, whenever it came out in that article.
So this dinner was earlier?
Earlier, like maybe the first part of January.
Okay.
The police showed me a picture of me and another girl. It looked real, and he said it was amazing. It really looked like him. That someone out there is just sending these pictures in of him and another girl.
And so that was what the defendant said to you at that dinner.
That's one of the things he said.
Now, the police department at some point in time, they came and talked to you. You've already told us about the report. Did they ask you where you were on the 23rd and the 24th?
Yes.
And did you provide them with the information of your employer?
Yes.
And are you aware that they went and talked to them?
Yes.
And did they also ask you to go out and show them locations where Scott had been using the duct tape
Yes.
on the 25th?
Yes, they did.
And to the best of your recollection, did you go back and try to find the places where Scott had put up the duct tape on the 25th?
Yes.
And no other questions. Okay, now we have to get Garagos here. Okay. I know it's early, but I got to set up a tape and some other stuff. Can we take a recess and then come back at 1:30?
You're sure generous with the judge and jury's time. Don't you have any questions you can ask this gentleman before we break for lunch?
I've got plenty of questions.
Can you start so we can use up some of the time?
Not sure. Can you tell me, Mr. Rocha, the relationship?
Then we'll take a break when you got to put up the stuff.
I'll tell you what. I'll just keep talking.
Okay, you're good at talking.
The relationship you had with Scott. When was the first time that you met him?
The first time was probably 95, roughly.
And that was before you were married, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, let me go back to this estate. You're the executor of the estate?
Trustee.
A trustee of the estate. Who else is the trustee?
Robin Rocha, who is an aunt.
Okay, how is she related specifically to you?
She's my dad's sister.
Okay, Dennis's sister, Robin.
Yes.
Okay, and the estate has got, whatever the report said in 1999, the total estate value is what, $2,367,935, is that right?
Yes.
And that was back in 99.
Yes.
Okay. In 2002, what was the value of the estate, the October, November, after the sale for $485,000?
Approximately the same.
Okay. So basically your grandfather was using the proceeds of the interest or whatever dividends to live, anything else to live off of.
Yes.
Okay. So the principal balance was about $2,300,000, was remaining the same, whatever it generated was being used for him.
For the most part, it didn't quite balance out that way, but it was close to it.
Okay. Is it a fair statement, by the way? You're a lawyer, aren't you?
No.
You work for the Department of Justice.
Yes.
Well, what do you do for them?
I'm an analyst.
Okay. And how long you worked for the California Department of Justice?
Approximately 3 years.
Okay. Now, as the executor, do you have a familiarity with
Trustee.
a trustee? I'm sorry. As trustees of the estate, do you have a familiarity with the terms of the trust?
Yes.
Are the terms of the trust that basically the estate's pretty much intact until such time as your grandfather passes away?
Absolutely, yes.
And when your grandfather passes away, the terms of the trust are that the 3 grandchildren, which would be you, Amy, and Lacey, you would inherit 3 parts roughly, if it would be divided up 3 ways?
Only with regards to the house. Everything else was still being held in another trust.
Okay. I'll separate it out if I can. In regards to the house, the selling of the house, the 485 was to be divvied up, if you will. 3 ways. You would get a third of the 485, a third of the 485 would go to Amy, a third would go to Lacey.
Yes.
And if something happened, okay, something happens to one of the 3 of you, all that would do is increase the share to the other 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if something happened to Lacey, Scott was not going to get 1/3 of the 485, correct?
Well, if you have children, then it would go to their children, but...
Right. So if Lacey had gone 1 or 2 more months, 8 more weeks, had delivered Connor, and then something happened to Lacey, then Connor would have been the beneficiary or whatever the 1/3 of the 485 is.
Yes.
So roughly 160 and change.
Yes.
Okay. If something happens to Lacey and Connor, then the 160, and that would have gone to Lacey and Connor, gets split up in half, 80 would go to you, 80 goes to Amy.
Yes.
Okay, so as far as you can tell, there's absolutely no financial motive for Scott Peterson to do anything to Lacey or to Connor, especially in that 8-week time period. Isn't that correct?
Sorry.
Hmm?
I got into it and I'm ear crunching. Sorry.
Oh, no, not with regards to our family finances.
With regards to your, that's what I'm talking about.
It wouldn't be a financial motive. My grandfather was still living. To our knowledge, nothing was going to happen anytime soon. I mean, he just passed away, but
When did he pass away?
last December,
About 2003?
yes,
Okay. And he was in a pretty bad way back in 2002, and that's why he was put into that assisted living facility, correct?
yes,
He was not one of the reasons that you're aware of what Lacey went back to Modesto or moved back to Modesto was because she wanted to be close to her grandfather and her grandmother. Your grandmother was still alive at the time, correct?
yes, well,
When they first moved to Modesto. Wasn't your grandmother still alive?
I believe so. Actually, no.
No. When did your grandmother...
She passed away in 99, so
Okay, is that one of the reasons when she passed away that your grandfather was alone, that Lacey wanted to be closer to your grandfather?
well, I think it was the family in general. She just moved away and she wanted to be closer to all of us.
Okay, now back to what I was asking you. From a financial standpoint, in regards to the house, the trust, there was absolutely no motivation for Scott Peterson to see Lacey and Connor to have anything to happen to them.
Correct.
Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the remainder of the state, how was that held?
In trust.
And are you also the trustee of that? You said it was a separate trust.
Yes.
You're also the trustee there.
Yes.
Okay. How does that trust work?
It's a trust set up for my father, myself, Lacey, and Amy.
Okay.
Family trust.
Is that family trust? Does that take care of it? Did it take care of your grandfather until he passed away? I take it. Is that correct?
Yes, right.
So whatever income it generated before the principal would go to your grandfather.
Well, whatever he needed, he got.
Okay, that's whatever additional income. Did that also go to your father, Dennis?
No, it went to a trust.
And so did your father take any of that money out of the trust to live on?
No.
Okay, so now that your grandfather's passed away, where does that money go?
Well, it's in a partnership right now.
And who's the partnership? Who's in that partnership?
Well, it's myself and my aunt. We're the general partners.
Okay, and as the general partners, who are the beneficiaries of that trust now?
Okay, well, 50% is Robin Rocha and 50% is Dennis Rocha Family Trust.
And who would be the beneficiaries of the Dennis Rocha Family Trust?
That would be Lacey, Amy, and myself.
And because Lacey and Connor obviously did not survive, the only beneficiaries of the Dennis Rocha Family Trust right now, you and Amy.
Yes.
So there was also, for that separate trust that's got, $2,300,000 and change in it, there's absolutely no benefit to Scott Peterson. Isn't that correct? If something happened to Lacey Peterson.
Yes, that's correct.
And in fact, if Lacey Peterson or Connor Peterson had been born alive, that would have changed the whole configuration of the beneficiaries. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
If Connor Peterson would have been born alive, then Scott Peterson would have been financially benefited. Isn't that correct?
Well,
I mean, to the extent that he was the guardian of Connor Peterson.
only for my grandfather's house was the only thing that was going to be distributed. Everything else was held in trust, where the family basically was providing for my father's care until he passes. So nothing is going to anyone for quite some time.
Well, there was the $160,000.
that was the only part that could be distributed.
The 160,000. If Connor had been born at 8 weeks, that Scott would have had, and Lacey and Connor would have had about 160 and change, less whatever the real estate commission is.
Exactly. It's really 140 or something like that.
And certainly, if they're alive, they would have been able to enhance their lifestyle with that 160,000, wouldn't they?
When she turned 30 years old.
Okay, and she, 24 months shy of that?
Yeah, she was 27 at that time.
Now, Mr. Harris was asking you about their lifestyle and how they were living, Scott and Lacey.
Yes.
Were you aware that things like the barbecue that they had in their backyard?
Yes.
And you were aware of the pool?
Yes.
And you were aware of the jacuzzi?
Yes.
You were also aware that Scott had put in that jacuzzi?
No.
Were you aware that he supervised? He didn't put in the pool, but he supervised and negotiated the pool and putting in the pool?
My understanding was that they had a contractor come out and do the pool for them.
And he was the one that supervised that and did some of the negotiating. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that.
Were you aware that the barbecue was put in by Scott with his own 2 hands and his own labor?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Okay. And that he cemented that barbecue. You've seen that barbecue, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that barbecue appears that somebody had to use bricks and mortar in order to put it together, right?
You know, I don't recall the foundation of the barbecue. I just remember it being somewhat wood and tile. That's pretty much what I remember.
I do recall there's cement work in the backyard.
Yes, there's cement work in the backyard.
Do you recall that there's the first time that you went there over to that Covina house?
Well, it was before they had the pool, when there was a jacuzzi that was there previously from the previous owners.
Right, and when that was redone, wasn't it?
Yes, it was removed. I don't know if he got rid of it or what happened to it.
And was it your understanding that Scott got rid of it and he himself went and reconstructed the new one?
I don't know if he reconstructed the new one or what happened to the other one.
When you first saw the house, when they first purchased it, do you remember what year that was? 2000?
I can't recall right offhand. It would be around 2000.
Roughly. I'm not going to hold you to the month or anything else. When they first moved there, they had a rental house, correct?
Yes,
Now, had you ever been to that rental house?
a couple times.
Or was that also in Modesto?
Yes, it was.
Then they moved, or they buy, or they had indicated before that they're going to buy a house with the help of Jackie and Lee, right?
Yes.
And Lacey was the one who wanted to move to Modesto, right?
I think it was a mutual decision, and I think eventually they would have stayed a few years. And they also talked about moving back to the coast.
Okay, well, as far as you know, Scott didn't have anything that was linking him to Modesto, did he?
No.
Other than indulging Lacey and wanting to do what Lacey wanted to do, there was no reason for him, as far as you knew, out of the entire Central Valley to pick beautiful, scenic Modesto as a place that he wanted to live.
Yeah, he probably didn't want to go there, and except that Lacey wanted to go there.
So they moved to Modesto, and he arranges with his parents to give them a down payment.
Yes.
And that was your understanding.
Yes.
And then they get the down payment. They purchase this house. It's fair to say that when you said it was first purchased, that they would have been, it would have aptly been called a shack.
No, it was. No, it was a pretty nice house. I mean,
it was a fix-upper.
it was already fixed up. I mean, all they had to do was throw some paint on there. And I mean, they fixed up the backyard. They fixed up the backyard, I think that's supposed to say,
Yeah.
with a new pool and that kind of stuff. But otherwise, it was fine.
They put in a new pool, a jacuzzi, a barbecue in the back.
Yeah.
They redid the floors on the interior.
Well, maybe carpet, but I know the tile floor was already there and the wood floor.
The wood floor, they redid. Isn't that correct?
I don't know if they re-sanded it down or whatnot.
Okay, how about the bathrooms? Do you know if they redid the bathrooms?
Yeah, Scott was working on the bathroom. It wasn't like a complete remodel, but I know there was one time the shower was plugged up or something.
Scott would be the one to do that kind of work.
Yes.
He was very handy with that kind of stuff, wasn't he?
Yes.
Now, as they were fixing up this house, so what was Lacey doing? Where was she working?
You mean
Working outside the house, before she was pregnant.
with place of employment?
Yeah, with the place of employment.
Yes, she was a substitute teacher
Okay, where was she substituting?
in the school district there in Modesto.
Okay, and when they moved back, you were dating Rose at that point, your wife.
I was married.
And you were married?
Yes.
So what year did you get married?
98.
And when did you have your first child?
In 2001.
Now that,
All right.
Really?
yeah.
Are you going to go on to a new subject now?
No, I was going to go.
All right. I think the jurors are ready. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll take noon recess. We'll take the noon recess. Remember the admonition that I have heretofore given you. You're not to discuss this case amongst yourselves or with any other person, or form or express any opinion about this case, or cover any media reports of this trial. We'll reconvene at 1:30, okay? All right, this is the case of People versus Scott Peterson. Let the record show the defendant is present with counsel and the jury is in the jury box along with the alternates. Are you all hooked up, Mr. Garrigo?
We are, Yana.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Is it a fair statement that your sister was trying to have a family?
Yes.
And she had been trying to have a baby for quite a while, was your understanding in talking with her, right?
Yes.
It's also fair to say that she was very excited about the kid.
Yes.
Okay, and Scott was as well.
Yes.
When he talked about, when you talked to him, he would express the fact that he's a goal-oriented person. You heard the description earlier today. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
And one of his goals was to have a child, a family.
Yes.
And you were interviewed on January 4th by that Detective Greg Rogan. And do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And specifically, at that point, the police were asking you about Scott and whether or not, specifically, Grogan asked you, do you believe that Scott could hurt Lacey? And your answer was no. Isn't that correct?
That sounds correct.
And you described she's going to hook me up in a second, I think. Want me to put it on? Specifically, Grogan asked you about the relationship and that you observed about the relationship between Scott and Lacey. And specifically, you said that it was a great relationship, very positive, happy, whatever. Lacey asked for Scott. He did. She appreciated him. And I think he appreciated her. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and they asked you about Lacey's spending habits, and you said that you didn't know anything other than that in general. You didn't know anything at what level she would spend. Isn't that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
And you described her as being maybe somewhat frugal with the money.
Yes.
Careful.
Yes.
Okay. They asked you who you thought might be involved in the case. So Grogan did. And you talked about Lacey's ex-boyfriend, a gentleman by the name of...
Kent.
Kent. Kent.
Gaines.
Gaines. And they asked you specifically why you thought he might be involved. And what did you tell him? You remember? Objection, Your Honor. This is irrelevant. It goes to his state of mind, obviously. His state of mind as to somebody else? Alicia?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. And now the relationship with Kent that Lacey had was an abusive relationship, wasn't it?
From what I've heard, I didn't see any myself.
Okay. Now, you had, on the, prior to the 24th, when you got that phone call, you and your wife, Rose, and the kids were coming back from church.
Yes.
Okay. And that was in somewhere in the Sacramento vicinity.
Yes.
And you get the phone call, and you immediately left them at home.
Uh-huh.
I take it in Sacramento.
Yes.
You made the drive, which was the last time I took it, is about an hour and change from Sacramento to Modesto.
Well, I live in Elk Grove, so it's an hour because it's further south from Sacramento.
And as you made that drive by yourself to go down to you went straight down to the house, I guess, Scott and Lacey's house.
Yes.
And now when you got there, you parked the car at the Covina location?
Yes.
And at that point, there was already a lot of people there.
Yes.
And it was, I think accurately, you described it as a chaotic situation.
Yes.
And there were police there.
Yes.
And there were probably about, 50, 60 people milling about in addition to police.
I would guess around 40 plus.
40 plus.
I don't know if it was as high as 60.
Had the police cordoned it off when you got there? Was there yellow police tape?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
And when you arrived, you saw your mom hysterical, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and to the point where people had to physically hold her up. Isn't that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay, because she was pretty much collapsing to the ground, right? She was, just as you would expect her to be, a mess at that point.
Yes.
And was she in the street area? Was she in the front yard area? You remember exactly where Sharon was?
She was in the front yard area, and then at some point, someone let my mom go into their car so she could stay warmer and kind of calm down.
Okay, and sit her down, because obviously she was having trouble standing.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever see her anywhere near where you first saw Scott?
Well, my mom sat down in the car just for a few minutes. Then she was all over the place. I mean, talking to a lot of different people, investigator, Scott. So she was in that area, yes, at different times.
Okay. Now, when you first saw Scott, you described him as being kind of in outer space, in a daze. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you see him with the officers as well when you saw him? Did he appear to be with the officers going in and out of the house, or where was he?
I did not. Well, when I saw him, he was already out front, and he was out front for a while. At some point in time, they did ask him to go into the house.
Okay. And you described him as looking in, what was it, like he was in outer space, dazed, he wasn't focused. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. And now at that point, did you yourself leave? I mean, was everybody just kind of milling about in the street there in front of that house in Covina?
Yes.
And would this have been a roughly, 8:30 or so?
8:30 all the way up until 11:30.
About 11 o'clock, 11:30.
11:30, yeah.
At some point, you saw Scott leave with Detective Bruccini.
I don't recall seeing him leave with Bocchini.
And well, at some point, you said he was
Yes.
not there anymore.
Yes.
And you also told at some point, you were told to just go home, basically.
Yes.
Okay. And now when you were told to go home, Scott was not there at that Covina house, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, when everybody left that house and it was cordoned off, there was still a police technician around the house, police personnel at the house, and they told everybody to leave.
Yes.
Okay. Then at approximately, let me see, you got back over to the house, and then you called back to the house, and you got to your mom's house.
Went to my mom's house.
And then you called over to that Covina.
No, we drove back later.
Oh, to get Amy's car.
Yes, to drop Amy off.
And at that point, the police are still there?
Yes.
And that's about, 2:30 in the morning?
About 2 o'clock.
About 2 o'clock.
2 to 2:30.
I think in one of the reports it says 2:30.
Yeah.
Well, you're just estimating at that point?
Well, yeah, I mean...
Time.
Estimating a time frame, yes.
Okay, fair enough. Obviously, you were in somewhat a state of a shock as well. I would imagine that evening.
Yes.
When you came back, you saw the police personnel. You did not see Scott there.
He was not there.
Okay. And well, they told you he was not there.
Correct.
They didn't let you inside that house.
Well, they didn't let me inside the house, but I was waiting. I thought he needed a ride from the police station. That's why I was hanging around. I was going to go pick him up.
Okay, at that point, then you go back to Sharon's house?
Yes.
And you call at some point later on?
Yes.
And then you call over to that Kavina house?
No, I called Scott's cell phone.
You called Scott's cell and you asked him if he wants to come over, and then he just, he got into that discussion the judge was saying, he just said no, you want me to come over, he just said no.
Yes.
And now at that point, were you aware that the police were looking as Scott as a suspect? Did you yourself know that at that point?
I did not know that.
Okay. At what point, how long was it before you became aware that the police were looking at Scott as a suspect? What day would you say that was?
Aware by who? By the public or by the police themselves?
The first time you heard it anywhere, that it became apparent to you that they were focused in on Scott.
One of the volunteers mentioned it to me the next day.
The 25th, Christmas?
Yeah. He thought the police might be looking into him.
Okay.
But whether that was, legitimate, I don't know.
Okay. I'm just asking you, when you first heard about it, from your state of mind.
Yeah.
Now, the next day there was some discussion about you and Scott putting up flyers.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
And at some point, did you try to put up the flyers, but they weren't staying up because you didn't have the right kind of tape or something?
No, the tape he had was the duct tape. What was hard was holding the tape and trying to tape a flyer, doing it both in your hands when you have a stack of flyers. So what we ended up doing was doing it together. I would end up tearing the tape and he would put the flyer up. Or he would tear the tape and I would put the flyer up and tape it.
Okay. Now, you recall him going over to the shop. You thought to get some tape to do the flyers at about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yes.
Is that accurate? And that's, you remember that because you had to move your truck because it was blocking the driveway?
Yes, right.
Okay. And the next time you saw him was around what time?
I would say about 10:30 when I was coming back from the park.
Okay. And one of the things that there's a report that looks like it was written by, that Grogan guy, supplemental report in June where it says 10:30, and there's another report where it says, and I'll show you that, and it looks like it was written earlier than that, and it says you didn't see him again until about noon.
Let's see, Scott.
I've yellow highlighted both for you. 21895 is the one, and 21, it looks like that one is 970.
You're asking me?
Yes. Did you see them that you didn't know that Scott's whereabouts between 9 and noon?
No, I did not tell them. I haven't read the whole paragraph. I was just reading that one sentence.
Yeah, that's the only focus.
Okay.
Okay, because that's the one I'm asking you about.
Okay.
Okay, because the other one shows Brent Rocha, told me that he and Scott became walking around from 523 Covina.
Excuse me, counsel. Slow down. Began walking?
That was Scooter's line.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've been waiting for hours.
Oh, I did the reporter last night. Oh, no. Okay, do it. Go, Scoot.
No.
Come on, Scoot.
Refuse. No.
You'll do it way better. Come on.
I refuse.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
come on, she probably doesn't have. She probably wasn't following along.
I'm not. I'm in the chat.
I knew it. I knew. Go ahead, Alicia.
Excuse me, counsel. Slow down. Began walking?
Brent told me that he and Scott began walking from Covina on Christmas Day, 12/25/02 at approximately 10:30.
That would be the more accurate statement.
Okay, so
Then 10:30.
so the statement that says you didn't know where he was from 9 to 12 is not accurate.
That's not accurate.
Okay, now.
I didn't know where he was from, say 8:30 to 10:30, but I knew where he was at around 10:30.
Did you, was Nate there?
Not that morning.
You didn't see Nate.
Not that morning.
Okay, when did you see Nate?
Well, I dropped him off at 2:00. Was Amy and Nathan.
Okay, Nathan. Well, let's go through this one more time. Nathan is your stepbrother.
Yes.
Okay, and related to you exactly how?
It's Amy's half brother. They share the same mother.
Okay, and Nathan was there on the 24th.
Yes.
And then you dropped him off at Sharon's house on the morning of the 25th at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, we all went to my mom's.
Okay.
Then we went back to Lacey's and Scott's at 2 in the morning because Amy, I believe, he came with Amy and then her keys were gone. So,
Okay, now that you just mentioned that there was a volunteer who told you that or indicated that Scott, the police were looking at Scott. At a certain point, you started hearing other stuff. I talked to you about the January 4th interview with that Grogan, and then you were at the point made the statement that said, we've gone over it, correct?
yes.
Okay. Then approximately the 14th or the 15th was the news about a National Enquirer article coming out with pictures of Amber, correct?
I don't know. I don't recall if there were news about the article coming out,
Okay.
but the article came out at some point in time around that time period.
Okay. Were you aware the police had gone to talk with Sharon and Ron in advance of that article and showed them those pictures?
Yes, I believe I was aware.
Okay. Were you there?
Well, I was there at one time when they came, but not the first time.
Okay. Do you remember if that was within a day of the first time they came?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And I think the report suggests, correct me if I'm wrong, they came in the afternoon or early evening the first time, and then they came back the following morning.
I think I was there that next morning.
The next morning, and at that point there were a number of things, the pictures the police talked about, the life insurance policy they talked about, and then they talked about the forensic evidence. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall forensic evidence, but I believe the pictures were discussed, and possibly life insurance might have been discussed.
And you were given a tape recorder, right, to record conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. And one of those conversations took place on the 17th. You were talking to Scott. Let me see if this refreshes your recollection. Yeah. But they got a lot of forensic stuff, so I don't know. I don't know the details. And then Scott says, there's nothing to have.
Yes, I did not get that from the police. I came up with that myself, though, hearing through the news reports and whatnot.
That there was a lot of forensic stuff.
Yes, I just kept hearing that there was blood spots found and whatnot.
Okay. And now there was also, you had a discussion with him the same day about the conversation with Sharon on the 16th. You remember that?
Can you run that by me again one more time?
Yeah. After the police went to Sharon, right? And they showed her the picture. Sharon was obviously upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And she called up Scott immediately or very shortly thereafter. Is that what you're aware of?
I was aware that she probably called him. I don't know if it was immediately after or when, what the time frame was.
Okay. But a very short time period after that.
Possible.
Okay. After the conversation, Scott, you were with Scott, weren't you? Or you talked to Scott?
I talked to Scott.
And he was crying, wasn't he?
Well, over the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't see him crying.
But you heard it.
If it was him really crying, yes.
Well, you called him. I think I've got it right here. Let me play it. I'm going to go borrow somebody who can actually operate this thing.
Does the prosecution have this stuff in front of them? The phone conversation?
I'll find out in a moment.
All right.
They play a tape. Is that your voice?
I couldn't even tell. Can you play it longer?
Now put the microphone by that. Tape played. Is that you?
I believe so.
Okay.
Sounds a little different, but yeah.
I told somebody else the fidelity on this is not the greatest.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, it was, hello, Mom. Yeah, it's Brent. Hi, Brent. You just made Scott cry. Is that what I remember the conversation being?
I don't recall. I couldn't even pick that up. Really? Right there?
And now you talked to Scott after that, isn't that correct?
Yes.
All right. And Scott told you that it's hard to talk to her, meaning Sharon, because all she knows, she thinks I did something to Lacey.
Sounds very familiar, yes.
Okay. And then you told Scott she didn't think you did until a couple of days ago, until this article came out and she started to meet with the police. Do you remember saying that?
Sounds familiar, yes.
And Scott said, my God. And you said she was standing by you. You heard her in the media. She was still supporting you 100%. And then all of a sudden, she just took a 90-degree turn. Isn't that what you told him?
Yes, it sounds about right.
Okay. Now, you also, when you were phoning him on the 17th, you tape recorded that phone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the police have given you a tape recording device in order to do that, right?
Yes. Yes.
And you figured you would talk to him and see what he would say and confront him with things, correct?
Yes.
And you asked him about some of it. And he said, all this blood and life insurance stuff. And you said, yeah. And he said, none of it's true. Isn't that what he told you?
I believe so.
Okay, and you told him, I just want my sister back. And he said, I do too. I want Lacey and my baby back. Isn't that what he told you?
Yes.
Okay. And there was another point in which they're talking about the center being shut down because when the article came out, when the police talked to Sharon and Ron, then the decision was made to shut down the center, right? Correct?
I am not aware of who shut down that center, but it was right around that time frame, and
okay.
I'm sure some of those.
And you confronted Scott. He said, I understand your suspicion, but I understand your suspicion of me, but hey, you got to keep the center open. We got to find her. The only thing important to me right now is that what he told you.
Sounds familiar, yes.
Okay, and there was a conversation that you had on the 16th. Do you have, I guess, when the police gave you the tape recording, maybe they gave you, maybe they didn't, or maybe it might have been picked up on the wiretap. You had a phone conversation with Scott.
Yes.
And at one point, you asked him, I'm just trying to understand. My point of view is your motive. Like when you were happy to have this baby coming, and he answered, oh, absolutely. Connor, come on, you know that. And you said, okay, is that accurate?
Yes.
And he also said, that would be wonderful in reference to having them back.
Yes.
And he also told you that, Lacey and I were happy together. Did he tell you that?
He mentioned that, yes.
Okay, and he told you that he was thinking about what kind of father he was going to be, and he was crying, and he said he was going to be great. Isn't that what he told you?
That's what he was saying.
Okay. And now you discuss the media and why he would talk or not talk to the media. By then, on the 25th, as you indicated, the volunteers were already kind of chatting about it. By the 26th, the media was encamped all the way around the Covina house. Isn't that correct?
In the front.
Right, and so the drawers can see the block. It's just kind of short block in there, right? Where I'm pointing in before you get to Encina, correct?
Uh-huh, yes.
And then in that block, all the satellite trucks, the reporters were camped out. Isn't that correct? And around the corner.
On the 26th, I don't know if it was they had satellite trucks out there. but there were a lot of media.
In excess of 50.
That soon after, I don't believe so.
When the search warrant was executed, that was on the 26th. You remember? Were you over there on the 26th when the search warrant was actually executed?
No, I wasn't.
Do you remember the next time after the search warrant was executed when you went over there?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, what had I been on the 26th or the 28th? I'm not going to pin you to it, not to the exact time, but...
I think by that time we moved on to the Red Lion at that time.
Okay, did you ever go back to the house?
Yes.
Oh, you went back to the house at some point that week, you're prior to the vigil, which was on the 31st.
Yes.
Okay, so somewhere between the 21st, 24th, and the 31st, there's a steady escalation of interest in media at that house, correct?
That's the way I remember it. On the 26th, I don't think it was that big with the satellite trucks. It was slowly getting to that point, or quickly getting.
Quickly.
Maybe not by that time on the 26th.
Is it a fair statement that by the 28th or the 29th, it became kind of a feeding frenzy out there?
Yes, yes.
At that point, everybody was talking about Scott as a suspect. Isn't that correct? Or a lot of people were.
No, I didn't hear a lot of people talking about him as a suspect.
Were you watching any of the media at that point?
Yes.
Okay. Were you watching people talking about the story and they didn't believe that he was fishing?
Yes.
Okay, and then you thought his story was suspicious, that he had been fishing?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at that point, did you do any media outreach at all?
Yes.
Okay, and you were being questioned about Scott?
No, I don't believe I was at that point. I mean, I was soon after, but not right in that initial beginning.
When do you think the first time was that you were being questioned about Scott?
I don't recall directly questioned. I mean, there were times where we did shows with the Petersons, and that was within the first week or so. And I don't think anyone really confronted us with that issue.
Okay, now his response would be that when people would say do media, that it wasn't about him, it was about finding Lacey. Isn't that correct?
Sounds very familiar, yes.
Okay, and that was his kind of mantra.
Yes.
Was it? That he would repeatedly say, I don't want to focus on me. I want to focus on finding Lacey.
Yes.
Okay. He was out there, you saw, because you went with him going all over, putting up flyers, correct?
I only went with him one time, and he was walking the neighborhood.
Okay, and that was in the neighborhood around that Covina house.
Yes.
Okay, did you go with him, or did you go on the volunteer center?
Yes, every day.
Okay, and did you go to the volunteer center in the mornings?
Just in the mornings is when I usually ran into him.
Go in the mornings, open up the volunteer center, correct?
Well, I don't think it was only him opening it up. There was a lot of people participating.
Okay.
And getting it going.
And do you know what he was doing in the afternoons?
I heard a lot of different things, including golf and
You heard a lot of things?
working at the country club.
Oh, well, you heard.
Posting flyers and doing that stuff too.
Right, you found a box of items at some point. You turned it over to the police. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. In that box of items, what did you find in that box?
Are you talking about the kit I had put together for the searches?
You transported a box back to the Modesto. Let's see. You said, show this document to the witnesses.
Yeah, all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. What was in that box?
Well, in the month of February, we started conducting searches in different locations, and I had a box with highlights and maps and pins and flyers, so when the volunteers came to the searches, we could give them an area to go search, a map of the area.
Okay. What were the areas that you searched?
Well, there was off of Highway 132 was one area, Lake Don Pedro.
And Tulloch Lake. Tulloch Lake was one, right?
I don't think so. No, we didn't search Lake Tulloch. No, we had maps of them, but we did not search that. It wasn't actual,
You didn't personally go to them,
right.
and you had the maps of this Modesto Reservoir
We had maps of these places.
and maps of the Turlock Reservoir
Yes.
and Woodward Reservoir. And then I don't know how to pronounce that. What is that?
New Malones.
New Malones? Okay, so those were maps of, that's what it says here. He says, I don't know how to pronounce that. It's really true. New Malones, so those were maps of locations to go search, correct?
No, I think we were thinking of areas to go search, but we did not actually search those areas.
Okay, were you aware?
Some of them we did.
Were you aware of Scott going to these various places, some of these and other places, to actually search?
He was not to be found at that point in time, not in February.
No, but I'm not talking about February. I'm talking about in December and January.
Oh, was that where he went?
Yes.
No, I was not.
Now, were you aware of when he would go out and put up flyers other than that one time?
Oh, yes. I was told he went out to churches or to other places and put flyers up.
And neonatal clinics to put posters of what she looked like and alerts.
I did not know about that. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you told Scott on the 16th in one of these recorded conversations, Scott is referring to photos of Amber are going to hit you hard. This article is not very positive. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
And he said, I can take the hits. If we can get her back. Do you remember him saying that?
Yes.
And then the time he called you on that 16th and the phone call to you, and he was crying, and he called you and he said, I don't know why I'm calling you, but I just got off the phone with your mom and Ron.
Uh-huh, yes.
Yeah. And wow, I can't lose any more of my family, Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And saying, I want Lacey and my baby Connie,
Uh-huh.
Did he tell you that?
Yes.
At one point on the 18th, it looks like you had a phone call, and he asked you about, and you asked him about, what's this story about a double indemnity or the life insurance if somebody's killed by a homicide? Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Accurate, that you asked him that.
Yes.
Do you know where you had heard that information?
I believe it was a media report.
A media?
Media report.
Modesto B, probably. Do you remember?
I don't recall.
A headline story on the 15th, the 16th in the Modesto B about that.
I think it was the Inquirer, but I don't recall.
And Scott's answer is, I don't know. Life insurance, we got it 2 years ago when we bought the house. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And you said, oh, okay. And he said, we sat down with the financial planner. It was one of those full life things, where you pay the premium and it has a benefit of $250. But what it really is a retirement, a savings vehicle. Do you remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And you said, further went on to say, at the end, when you start getting old, you start pulling money out. You said, okay. He said, where's the witness going?
Hey, Frankie. Sorry, I gotta shut the door. I'm freezing to death. It's so cold out there. Whew.
Okay. And he said, and again, I'll show you the date that we started. It wasn't as reported this summer when Lacey got pregnant. I told you the story is just plain flat out false, right?
Yes. Well, the part about the timing, right.
Right, the timing.
Yes.
About somehow you had taken this out recently. There was going to be a financial benefit to him by Lacey or Connor dying. And he also said on further to tell you that they cashed out of the retirement savings to buy the house. So, they had to get a new retirement deal. So that was the deal that the Prudential people gave them. They put it in there. You remember him telling you that?
Yes.
And he told you that the FBI served a warrant on that stuff a couple of weeks ago. So they know the truth.
That's what he said.
Okay. The cops also asked you if you had ever seen Scott and Lacey in an argument, and you said neither of them had ever appeared angry in front of you, and Scott did whatever Lacey asked him to.
That was my statement, yes.
Okay. And then there was another statement by Grogan on the 28th. It's yellow highlighted. I highlighted it. Can you read it? There silently to yourself, please.
Sure.
And is it a fair statement that the way it's written, it's not accurate?
It's fairly accurate, but the timing, there might be a few.
It was an hour at least, so the jury knows what we're talking about. It's yet another description of what happened on Christmas morning, correct?
Yes.
And in this version, it says that you went back up to the house at approximately 11 o'clock, and you weren't sure if Scott was up there at that time. Is that?
Yeah. I think I went back at 10:30, and I know we went through the whole neighborhood, and we're back by noon. So I'm thinking I probably did say 11 at the time, but looking back on it, it was probably closer to 10:30.
So with this, what was the most accurate? The January 28th interview with Grogan, where you said you came back at 11 o'clock, you didn't know where Scott was, or the one that says you didn't know where Scott was from 9 to 12, or the one that says he came back at 10:30 and you did flyers with him from 10:30 on?
The 10:30 one is the accurate one. That's the one. You showed me that one earlier, so you're just showing me that one again.
No, right. No. This one is actually different. There's 3 versions.
Oh, is it? Well, it looks very similar to something you showed me earlier.
Okay, let me show you the 3. Okay?
Okay, I can tell you the 10:30 one is more accurate. If it was 11, then we went through that neighborhood pretty quickly.
We got what I count as 3 different versions.
Okay.
And the first is, and this is 21-970, where it says Scott Peterson's whereabouts were unaccounted for between 9 and 12. And that's not accurate, correct?
I don't recall, no. From maybe like 8:30 to 9 to like 10:30, give or take half an hour. That's where his whereabouts were unknown.
Okay. Then the second, in terms of time, is this one where it says 1:28:03?
Okay.
The Grogan report. This one says that Brent walked down to the park 7:30. Scott was still at the house. And when Brent came back approximately 11 o'clock, he was not certain if Scott was there at that time.
Yep, nope. I recall as I was coming out, it looked like Scott was just coming in also. He was getting out of his truck, but I wasn't certain if he was already there and was going back to get his truck or if he was just getting there because he was coming out with the duct tape.
And you see where it says Brent remembered seeing Scott somewhere around noon at the house. Did you ever say that?
That is correct. I did see him around noon at the house.
Okay, and then the very last version is the Scully June of 2003 report that says that Brent Roca told me that he and Scott were walking from Covina at approximately 10:30, and they would hang posters.
Yes, that's consistent with
Okay.
10:30.
And that. So what's the most accurate? The fact that you didn't see him until around noon, or that you had been with him at 10:30?
Well, I was with him from 10:30 until noon, so I did see him at noon also.
Did you tell the cops that you didn't see him until noon?
No.
So the first 2 reports, they're inaccurate. Objection. This misstates the report and the witness testimony. That's exactly what the report said.
Jury has heard what's in the report, so the jury can decide for themselves.
It wasn't my part back there, was it?
No. It wasn't your turn that time. I believe it says from 9 to noon, not from...
Right, that's inaccurate, right?
Yeah, because I saw him at 10:30 or thereabouts, give or take half an hour.
And when you said you came back at 11 o'clock, you were not certain if he was there. That's not true because you said you were with him from 10:30 to noon, correct? The second version.
Well, the way it's written, does it mean he was already there at the house or he was not there at all?
Weren't you? Didn't you, if I understand correctly, didn't you say that you, from 10:30 till noon, the two of you were together?
Well, yes, about 10:30 to 11:30, I would say, because we came back and did the media interviews by noon, 12 o'clock.
Okay. So when you say you didn't know where he was at 11 o'clock, that's not true.
That wouldn't be accurate, I guess.
Right. That wouldn't be accurate.
Yes.
Okay. Now then, you also told the police on January 5th that you didn't think Scott was capable of harming Lacey, correct?
Yes.
That you believed they had a good relationship.
I thought so.
Okay. And that you said that neither you nor Lacey had a particularly good relationship with Ron. Is that what you told them?
Not a close relationship.
Not a close relationship.
Yes.
So you have you ever been fishing with Ron?
No.
Has he ever invited you fishing?
Yes, several times.
Would you turn him down?
Yes.
And that's how long has Ron been with your mom for virtually, all except 3 or 4 years, your whole life?
Yes.
The vigil with Scott. I think you said you got a cell phone call.
Yes.
From Scott.
Yes.
And Scott was in the audience. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is on the 31st. And did you see who he was with? Did you see him with his nieces?
No, I couldn't find him.
Okay. Did you ask him when he called? Where are you?
No, I didn't have much time to talk. I was
On the stage.
Yes.
Did you tell him that it wasn't about him? That it was about finding Lacey?
No.
No, but that was something that he had repeatedly told you in the past.
On other occasions, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time. Okay. Leisha?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Oh, I swear I didn't see it that. Sorry.
We're at the redirect examination.
Oh, okay. Mr. Harris, any redirect?
Yes. I'll wait for Mr. Gergos to be.
Okay.
Mr. Rocha, let me go back through this somewhat, I guess, in reverse order. You were asked about whether you went fishing with Ron. Now Ron was kind of like Lacey's stepdad almost.
Yes.
But not yours.
Oh, I would say he was mine. He's took me to ball games and other sporting events. Took me hunting before. So, I mean, there's other things we've done before.
So when you were asked about the descriptive word that the police wrote in the report about having a relationship with Ron, did you have a bad relationship with him?
Scooter, did you need something?
Oh, no. I was just wondering if my part was coming up.
Pretty soon this is you may be the next one.
I may let you take over the judge in a little bit.
You can take over for me if you want.
Why?
Oh, if you want to read some.
Oh, no, you're doing great. I can wait for my part.
Okay. All right.
Kevin Leonard said, I'm supposed to scream, I'm a star, damn it.
Oh, goodness.
We've been
Oh my
having a
God.
lot of fun here in the chat. It's been
You
hysterical.
can have Tracy
And then
Plus
listening
if you want a
to
part.
you
You
guys.
can have a part.
Carolyn is on fleek, man. She's cracking me up. And I'm over here on mute.
I can't look at Scooter or anybody when I'm doing Garagos because
Mm-hmm.
otherwise I'll lose.
I keep trying to get your attention because I want you to look.
I know, and I don't want to because then I'll crack up.
Oh my gosh. It's awesome.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to read these after when it's on the replay. I can't
We're
see
gonna
the
have to.
chat.
We're gonna have to
It's been hilarious. The
send
chat
this
is
to
so
Garagos.
funny. Oh my God. Kevin and Deborah Van Couverden and Betty and Jetta and other, everybody in here, Sunkissed. They're all just so funny.
Oh, good.
We gotta send this to
Heather's going
Garagos.
now. I see she's getting in on it.
Who is?
Heather.
Oh, Heather.
Oh yeah. We gotta get Heather.
Okay, so where
All
were
right,
we?
so we were about the relationship. You said he took you there. So when they asked you, and you're just going to know it's just not particularly close.
Any problems with Ron? Is that where it was?
No, I'm just not particularly close because I live a ways away. Started my own family.
Okay. No, it's just not particularly close because I live a ways away and started my own family. It's not like I really have time to leave home and go fishing. So,
Okay, wait a second. Now, okay, so the characterization that you had can't have a close or didn't have a good relationship with him. Let's just make sure that that's clear. Are you saying that you had problems with Ron?
no.
Would you say that there was a typical relationship where you go and visit your mother that's remarried or is with someone else at a later point in time of your life?
Yes, there was no arguments, or I mean, of course, there's always something about someone you're not going to like. There's those issues. So it's not like you don't like someone, but it was pretty typical other than that.
Okay. So with the contrasting that with the defendant Scott, Ron was just Lacey's kind of stepdad as far as the defendant was concerned. Objection. It calls for a vague and it calls for two different states of mind.
Oh my God. Yeah, I think you're asking him to tell us what his state of mind was. Sustained.
All right, let me go back through that a little bit. At some point in time in your growing up process, your father and your mother, they got divorced.
Yes,
And your mother gets into a long-term relationship with Mr. Gransky.
yes,
And so when Scott comes into this particular relationship, your mom and Ron had been together for a long period of time.
yes,
And they acted and were, for all practical purposes, kind of like a loving married couple.
yes,
So that's what Scott came into, that relationship. And he didn't really have much dealing with your father, Dennis Rocha.
yes,
And now going back through some of these statements, you were asked certain questions. Like you were asked, if you were aware that were you aware that Scott went somewhere and did searches at these particular places? And your response was that you didn't know. Let's just clear this up. Do you know if he did it, or do you know that he did do it? Or do you just not know that he did do it?
I do not know either way. I mean, I was told a lot of things that ended up not being accurate, so I don't know.
So at this point in time, you can't tell the jury that he ever did any of these things that you've been asked about. Is that correct?
I can't say for certain, no. I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
So you don't know and can't tell them, you can't provide that information that he ever might have gone to some neonatal place.
No. The only time I ever seen him go somewhere was with me and him walking the neighborhood to, we were just walking about handing out flyers and that type of stuff. That's the only time I saw him.
And when you were asked about him doing all these searches, and all these other places again. You don't know if, in fact, he ever did any of those searches.
No, I don't.
And now with regards to the searches, did you act as a coordinator for a number of these searches?
Yes.
You tried. Okay. And so when we're talking about that, you would go to some place and put maps together?
Yes.
And get all the volunteers together, kind of tell them how to go about doing those searches?
Yes.
And go walking trails, walking fields, doing all of that?
Yes.
And you did that yourself?
With the assistance of many other people, but I tried to coordinate it, yes.
And of those searches that you did the defendant ever do them with you?
No.
So he was never there in all of those searches that you did? Beating the bushes, walking the trails, or doing anything?
No.
And you were asked about the search warrant on the 26th. Were you there when that search warrant was served?
I don't believe so.
So you couldn't tell us at this point in time when it was served, or
No.
where, or anything. All right. You were asked about a number of phone calls and some of the statements. This again, the goal-oriented, some of the statements in that. Let me just go through this really quick about the defendant being goal-oriented. And that was actually, this again. The goal-oriented was from the interview with Detective Grogan. As you were going through the interview, do you recall telling Detective Grogan that you knew about Lacey's goals, but when you were asked specifically about the defendant's goals, then you had to think what his goals were?
Yes, I don't recall ever mentioning any of his goals.
But the only goals that you could say was that Lacey wanted a family.
Yes.
And Scott basically agreed.
Yes.
And from your knowledge of the relationship between your sister and the defendant, would that be a fair statement about pretty much how everything operated in their relationship?
It would be fair. I can't say it happened all the time, but he usually did go along with what she asked or wanted, or he was flexible with regards to that.
Okay. And even if he didn't necessarily, well, let me back up. You were asked another question about whether you had ever heard the defendant and your sister argue.
Yes.
Had you seen the defendant kind of complain or grumble about some of the things that Lacey wanted him to do?
Well, yes. It's not like it was this perfect relationship that sometimes everyone is making this seem to be. There were times that they got frustrated with each other, and I had seen that, but not like arguing and slamming doors and things like that. Not like that whatsoever.
In the times that you saw the defendant get frustrated with your sister, he would still go ahead and do it even if he didn't necessarily want to.
Yes.
Getting into some of those particular statements, the phone calls that you were being asked about, a lot of these things were things that the defendant was telling you at this point in time. Isn't that correct?
Exactly.
And you were asked about about the life insurance and the affair, and the defendant told you that during that phone call that none of that was true.
Correct.
And that's what you were asked about. Well, do you know that in fact he did have life insurance?
Yes.
On your sister, and do you know the fact that he actually had an affair?
Yes.
So when he told you that that was not true, there's no place in time when he says that. That's a bold-faced representation.
Jury's heard the testimony of the witness. You can finish the question. The jury's heard the evidence. Go ahead. You can finish the question.
So the fact that he said that those things were not true, you now know that to be you now know that to not be an accurate statement on his part. Objection! That's vague and unintelligible.
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes.
You were asked a question about he didn't go into it too far, so I'll be brief too, about this individual, Kent Gaines. And there's an objection because when I wanted to get into it, he objected and you sustained.
I haven't heard the question yet, Mr. Garagos. You did ask some questions, and then when you went into it deeper, he objected to it. So I haven't heard your question. Finish your question, then I'll entertain the objection. What's your question?
Did you talk to Detective Grogan about Kent Gaines?
Yes.
And did you tell him that he was a boyfriend of Lacey's from high school?
Yes.
And that he had not been seen in about 7.5 years?
Yes.
I would raise this.
Oh, God. Drink water.
I would raise the same objection. He's now raised the very issues that I wanted to get into.
Take your toys and go home. Well, I'll sustain the objection. The jury is to disregard as
Motion to strike.
being, as being irrelevant. The jury can disregard.
Okay. You were asked about one of the interviews where the defendant was said to be wanting a family. And you were aware when the defendant was making these statements to you that he was also making statements to Amber Fry that the only family that he wanted was her and her child.
No.
Were you aware that the defendant had a boat?
No.
So you had never seen it, obviously, if you weren't aware of it.
Never seen it. I wasn't aware of it.
Hadn't been to the shop, never been in the boat?
Hadn't been to the shop. No, never been to the shop. Never been to the boat.
Okay, and
the boat.
You were asked some questions about financial stuff, and I want to go through this. The defendant in that particular statement, the statement talking about the insurance and about it being a rollover. Do you know if that money the defendant was talking about cashing out their retirement was used as a down payment, or do you believe that that money was given by the defendant's parents as a down payment for the house? Objection! It's vague, it's compound.
It's speculation. He doesn't know. That's sheer speculation. Were you told that his parents had provided a down payment on the house?
Yes.
I just lost my place. And was that contradictory to what you were told by the defendant?
Yes.
Next question.
During one of you were asked about the defendant building a pool, and it was corrected to say he didn't build it, but he did, I guess, the contracting of the pool company that came in. And were you aware that there was a problem that developed during the process?
Yes.
And that the defendant got in a dispute with that particular contractor?
Yes.
And now going back to the very first questions when Garagos was talking to you about the trust and the kind of financial motive, and you had said not with regard to the trust. So as you understand it from what the defendant has told you, he did have life insurance on your sister.
Yes.
And with regards to the trust, getting back to that particular area, him not having a financial motive for your sister's what potentially could have been her inheritance, that's based on the assumption that he knew what the trust document said. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you were asked by Garagos if you're a lawyer. You're not a lawyer, but you have you actually gone to law school?
Yes.
And did you know all the details of the trust?
No.
I have no other questions.
Mr. Do you need to breathe water?
No, I'm good.
Carolyn?
Oh,
Garagos?
I'm good.
Objection! You need water. I'm just kidding. I thought she was going to have a coronary. Mr. Garagos, any recross?
Yeah, I've got a question. Hey, you asked him specifically about this double indemnity for life insurance, right?
Yes.
You used that term.
Yes.
And he explained exactly what the life insurance vehicle was, that it was a retirement vehicle, right?
Yes.
And he told you that it had not been taken out at the same time that she got pregnant, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you ever heard of anybody borrowing money from their parents and cash it in their retirement at the same time to combine to buy a house? Are those two things mutually exclusive?
No, that could be done.
Okay. And do you know if that's what they did?
I don't know. I knew the Petersons gave them 40,000. That's exactly what the 20% down payment was. So
Do you know if they paid the Petersons back from the retirement?
I don't know.
Do you know if they used the retirement savings to go in there?
No.
And do you know if, in fact, have the police ever told you that they have gone and interviewed the people who put together the retirement plan and that they know all this information? Did they ever tell you that?
No.
No. The police led you to believe, or let the media to believe, that he had just taken out this objection, argumentative, insurance recently. Objection.
Sustained, argumentative.
And now the statements about Scott and Lacey, you said they didn't have the idyllic relationship that everybody's portrayed it to be.
Yes.
That they were human, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and it wasn't Saint Lacey, and it certainly wasn't Saint Scott, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but you never saw them even get remotely violent. You never saw him get remotely violent with her, correct?
As in physical?
Physical.
No, never.
You never saw him raise a hand to her, did you?
No.
And you never saw him do anything but protect her, did you?
Well.
No, you saying. Wait, hold on.
Well.
Okay. I mean, did he ever do anything that you saw that you would recognize as being harmful to her?
Not physically.
Okay. And did the two of them, how much time did you two spend with them after they moved to Modesto?
I wouldn't say it's still an hour distance. So we were in different cities. So it's not like I'm there. But I would say at least once a month I would run into her. Maybe once every 2 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had discussed the Lacey had just inherited a whole lot of jewelry the month before she disappeared. Isn't that correct?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a whole lot. I think that's another thing that's getting kind of blown out of proportion here.
It was more than $50,000, wasn't it?
I wouldn't think so.
Now, have you seen the appraisals?
Yeah, but you know, when you buy a piece of jewelry, some of those things are older and they're always appraised for a lot more than they're worth. So I think the figures are being distorted.
What would you think the figures are?
I would say in the $20,000 range.
Do you know that the appraisals total are close to $100,000?
Yeah, but actual value from what Lacey was telling me was half what they were appraised at.
When she went to those pawn shops to try and get rid of it.
No, the jewelry shops where my grandmother purchased all the jewelry.
That's the same shop that did the appraisals, right?
Yes.
So they're saying they appraised it at one value, but it's only worth 20 cents on the dollar.
Well, when you go to sell it, it's not quite worth as much.
That's the old story in the world of jewelry. But the fact of the matter is this stuff was valued in the estate. And you were a trustee of that estate, and it was appraised and insured for upwards of $100,000, was it not?
It was not insured.
The appraisals were not used for insurance purposes?
We did not insure the jewelry, that jewelry.
That jewelry was never insured by your grandmother.
I can't say by her, but when I was in control of the estate, it wasn't worth enough for me to insure it.
Okay. When your grandmother had it, and that was up until she died, obviously.
Yes.
Did she have appraisals for it to be insured?
I don't know.
Okay. Were there appraisals that you had looked at appraisals for the jewelry?
I did see some appraisals.
Okay, and do you know how much of the jewelry Lacey sold?
No, I don't.
Do you know how many items of jewelry it was?
I mean, I can guesstimate.
What?
Probably about 25, 30.
Okay, and was she wearing those items, some of those items?
I don't know from firsthand knowledge.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Judge?
May this witness be excused?
No objection.
Okay, you can be excused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bravo.
Yay.
Good job. Scooter, way to be supportive.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I said, yay. Yay.
Who was it? Carolyn
Now we're ready
Carolyn
for
Connor
Rose.
said you were getting an Oscar for the supporting actress for last night.
Who
You
was?
got to support
Scooter?
Scooter because she
Scooter?
was supporting us. Thank you.
Okay,
I
now we
waited
have.
all night for my
I
for my
know we
lines.
have. Okay, get to the stand, Rosemary.
Oh wait,
Who's
what?
that?
We have Rosemary now.
Is that me?
Yeah, I hope you have your script ready.
I just got on it.
Oh my gosh, you've been waiting all this time. So you'd be ready.
Can
I
someone
didn't know
else
what-
be the
I didn't know
judge?
what was coming up.
Yeah,
I just
sure.
came
Can
here to
someone else
check.
Be the judge, Nana. Patty, can you be the judge?
Yeah, I'll be the judge.
Okay, you be the judge, and I'm gonna go
Okay.
into chat.
Thanks, Leisha.
My meds are kicking in. You guys rock. Good night.
Okay, thanks for being the judge.
And you're so funny, Carolina Bradley. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yay. All right.
Okay, who are we at?
Rosemary. This is Brent's wife.
Okay. Getting to it. Karen's, is it what number is she?
Should be 11, right?
Oh, I went way past. Yeah, because I just came in here to check and I couldn't get a signal.
I think
So I
Scooter
finally
would have
got
been
a
ready all
signal.
this time, whispered to me, huh?
I've been waiting. Okay, number 11. Got it.
You got it?
Yes, and I wish I would have known I was going to be her so I could have gotten in character.
Well, that's what I thought you were doing all this time. I really did. I thought you were really working
I was
on
the
that.
only mod.
I
was
told you.
only-
I said you were going to be the wife. I said that in the beginning.
Well, I did. Okay.
Okay. All right. Mrs. Rocha, I understand that your first name is Rosemary, but do most people just call you by Rose?
Okay, wait 1 second here. Now,
You're Rose. You're Rocha. It's under Rocha.
I'm Brad's wife, Brent's wife,
Yeah, Brent's wife.
Nana Patty's wife. Okay.
Yes, Nana Patty's wife.
Yeah, we're married.
Yes.
Okay. You said yes?
Yes.
Now, the previous witness, Brent Rocha, can you tell us what your relationship to that witness is?
He's my husband.
So when he was referring to Rose, you were the Rose he was talking about.
Yes.
I want to talk real briefly about Brent's kind of, his family a little bit, and when you came into getting to know his particular family. So let me go through this a little bit. When was it that you first met Brent?
In September of 1994.
And where was that at?
It was in Sacramento. I met him through my cousin.
And at some point in time, as you started to date him, did you get to know his side of the family?
Yes.
And did you get to know a person by the name of Lacey Peterson?
No, she was not. Or yes, I did.
Was she Lacey Peterson at that time?
No, she was not.
And the person that we're referring to, Lacey Peterson, that's Brent's sister.
Yes.
Okay. Did you become aware of when she married a person by the name of Scott Peterson?
Yes.
And the person that you know as Scott, do you see him here today in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
And is he the gentleman to my left over there with the blue tie in the middle?
Yes. It is. Yes, it is.
Did you, with Brent, attend Lacey and the defendant's wedding at some point in time?
Yes.
And at a later point in time, did you and Brent also get married?
Yeah, a year later.
I want to talk to you about your marriage. When you had the ceremony, was there a point in time that the defendant got up and he kind of stood up in front of the camera?
Yes. We had all done our speeches. My dad, I believe, did his speech. Everybody was seated, and there was a dance floor, and Scott got the microphone and made a speech that was about 10 minutes long.
Now, when we say in front of the camera, was there a videotaping made of your wedding that day?
Yes, there was.
And was this just kind of a semi-professional company that was shooting it for you?
Yes, it was.
So he grabs the microphone, he stands up, and he gives this long speech in front of the camera?
Yes.
After you were married to Brent for some particular period of time, did you find out that you were pregnant with a child?
Yes.
How many children do you have now?
2.
And what are their ages?
1 and 3.
Okay, and when you were aware of, or you became aware that you were pregnant, did you ever talk to Lacey about your pregnancy?
Yes, I did.
And again, at a later point in time, did you get to know that Lacey was pregnant?
Yes.
And when she was telling you about her and what was she telling you about her pregnancy?
She was very excited about, well, first of all, she was trying to get pregnant, and I think it took them a while, but once she was pregnant, she was very excited about being a mother, and we would discuss things, how she was feeling, and that sort of stuff.
Okay, I'm going to back up for just a second. You said that Lacey was trying to get pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
That's when she was married with the defendant.
Yes.
And they were trying to get pregnant at some point in time when you were expecting one of your children. Did the defendant make any particular comment about Lacey being pregnant or her getting pregnant?
Yes, we were talking about pregnancy or having a family, and I believe I said something to the effect of, to Scott, "Are you ready for this?" And he looked at me and said, I was kind of hoping for infertility.
Now, as Lacey, being that you live in Sacramento, when she was pregnant and she started to progress, did you see her when she would talk about this, or did she ever call you or you call her on the phone?
We would talk on the phone, I'd say maybe twice a month. Sometimes she would call to talk to Brent, and then I would answer, and we would talk on the phone then. I wouldn't as far as seeing her. I believe I saw her maybe once every 3 months, let's say. I don't know. I can't recall.
Early on during her pregnancy, and did she ever mention or complain about some problems that she was having?
She did discuss that she went to the doctor because of something, I don't recall what it was. And she was saying, oh, the doctor said it was normal.
Objection, hearsay.
What the doctor said will be sustained.
Okay.
Without her relating to you what the doctor had said, did she kind of talk to you and ask you if this is something you had experienced as well?
Yes, and I said, sounds like it's normal.
Did you advise her to do anything or anything of the nature during those conversations?
You know, I probably gave her titles of some books to read that gives information.
Were you attempting to kind of pass on your motherly experience to her?
Yeah, I was excited about being a mother. So yeah, I was excited for her that she was going to become a mother as well.
Moving to a little bit of a different area in terms of your husband's family. At some point in time during 2002, before Lacey went missing,
Mm-hmm.
were you aware that your husband was involved as a trustee in his grandmother's estate?
Yes.
And as part of his involvement with that, was there some jewelry that was dispersed among the grandchildren?
Yes.
And again, after this was kind of dispersed, did he actually get some jewelry, and that jewelry was passed on to you?
Yeah. He got some jewelry, and then I put it in a safe spot. Yes.
And can you tell us what that jewelry was?
It was a pair of diamond earrings and 2 watches.
These watches, were they men's or women's?
Men's watches.
And these earrings, what kind of earrings were they?
Just diamond earrings with a screw back.
And now the screwbacks, those diamond earrings, was it your understanding that there were 3 sets of these earrings, one for each of the grandchildren?
I believe so, yeah. I knew that Amy and Lacey also got earrings as well. I don't know how many sets there were.
And again, were they all fairly similar in style and design?
I believe so.
Objection! Motion to strike! No foundation!
Yeah, she doesn't know about the other 2. How can she testify to that? Sustained.
Motion to strike!
Yes, the answer may be stricken.
Okay. The earrings that you ultimately received as part of the kind of, passed down from Brent's grandmother, these were screwback diamond solitaires.
Yes.
The people have no further questions. Thank you.
But I want more questions.
Well, we're not done. We got to have cross-examination. Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Harris asked, now see, they put the wrong name in here. You see what they did here in the script? That's Geragos.
Yeah.
And they put, okay, so I've just got to know that's Geragos. Okay.
Because it says cross-examination by Pat Harris.
It's wrong. It should be Geragos. Pat
Really?
Harris is who just...
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a
Harris
minute.
just finished, didn't he?
Was there another defense lawyer, Pat Harris?
Yeah.
There was a
it'd be
prosecutor
it
named
would be-
Harris and a
that
defense?
would be, that would be the prosecution, wouldn't it? Or
I
not?
would think so. We're just going to make him Geragos. That's all, because he's cross-examining
Okay.
you. Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon. Mr. Harris asked you about a wedding video. Your Rocha.
Yes.
Now, your wedding, first of all, how many people were invited to your wedding?
Over 100, I would say.
Okay. And were most of these people at your wedding family and friends?
Yes.
So at this time, Mr. Peterson got up and he started going through the speech, and he did it in front of the video camera.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he did it in front of about 100 people or so. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had no plans, or you didn't notify Mr. Peterson or anybody else that you were planning to broadcast this wedding to 60 million people, were you?
No.
It wasn't being televised, was it? It was a wedding.
No.
It wasn't a live broadcast that was going out.
No.
Okay. So it was basically a video being shot for about 100 close friends, people he knew and felt comfortable with, correct?
It was more. I don't know if he knew a lot of people very well. I wouldn't say that.
Well, but they were friends and they were family, right? Correct?
They were friends and family, my friends, Brent's friends, his friends.
Okay. You mentioned that Lacey told you that they were trying to get pregnant.
Yeah, yes.
Okay. And from that, did you understand that there was a problem with her getting pregnant?
I remember her mentioning sometimes we would talk and she'd say, "Oh, we're really going to try this month." I remember her mentioning something about an ovulation calculator where she was going to find the time that she was most fertile so she could be successful in conceiving.
And you understand an ovulation calculator to be a device that tells you pretty much, it gives you the time that you're most likely to have a pregnancy, correct?
Yes.
And it's your understanding from talking to Lacey that in order for her to get pregnant, Scott had to come home during those periods of times that were she was most able to conceive, correct?
Yes.
And that Scott often traveled. You knew that, didn't you?
I knew that he traveled, yes.
You knew, in fact, that he set his schedule specifically, and he made efforts to come home so that in order for her to get pregnant.
She never told me that, no.
She told you consistently that they had to make an effort to get, a lot of effort to get pregnant, didn't she?
She would talk about, oh, this month we're really going to try. I purchased the ovulation calculator.
Okay, and it was...
I believe it was.
I'm sorry, excuse me? You knew, in fact, that she had at one point lost an ovary.
Yeah, I knew she had something, yeah.
And she made it very plain to you that it would require an effort on both of their parts for her to get pregnant, didn't she?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that you talked to her a couple of times a month, is that right?
Yeah.
And you would discuss things that were common with the, with the pregnant women. You shared advice and so forth.
Yes.
And she would talk to you, for example, about her doctor's visits. And you mentioned one visit in particular. She would talk to you about the visits with her doctor.
Sometimes, yeah.
And did she tell you that during that time, that on every single visit to that time to the doctor, Scott Peterson accompanied her?
She didn't tell me that.
She never mentioned that?
No.
Okay. You were aware that the house on that Covina, you had been to that house on Covina, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware that the fact that they were building a nursery for the child.
I knew that they were going to have a nursery for the baby. Yes.
And you had seen the room where the nursery was.
Well, I never saw inside of the room.
Okay, you never actually went in the nursery.
I did not.
Were you aware that Scott had built a large portion of the nursery? Had Lacey told you about that?
No, she didn't.
Your husband is Brent Rocha, correct?
Yes.
And you had discussions with Brent prior, after Lacey had disappeared. You had discussions with Brent Rocha where he told you that Scott was in fact very excited about the baby, true? Objection, relevance, and hearsay.
Overruled. Did he tell you that?
That Scott was very excited about the baby?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't think he discussed that with me. No.
You had heard that Brent tell others that Scott was very excited about this baby.
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever watch Brent was on several television shows, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you were sitting in the courtroom. When Mr. Garagos, I guess this is not Mr. Garagos. Well, whoever this is has the same exact accent as Mr. Garagos. When Mr. Garagos was going through some of the television shows and you heard him talk about that Brent said on the television shows that Scott was very excited about the baby, didn't you?
Yes.
So when Brent was on these TV shows, you didn't actually watch them? This was your first time today? You had actually heard that?
No. I would watch the shows, but I couldn't watch all of the shows. I mean, I had a child at home, and I just can't sit down and watch TV. No.
Okay. Mr. Harris asked you about a comment that was made, a passing comment, wherein Scott, you were discussing the pregnancy or the possible pregnancy of Lacey, and Scott made a remark. And I believe your quote was, I was kind of hoping for infertility.
Yes.
Is that a correct quote? Okay, you recall telling the police officers after that. Well, let me just stop on that. You interviewed with a police officer on January 21st, correct?
I don't recall the date, but...
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Detective Grogan.
Yes.
And this was after the revelation that Scott had had an affair with Amber Fry, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. You had actually interviewed also with Detective Grogan 10 days earlier on July 11th. Do you recall that?
I know there were, I believe, 2 interviews. I don't remember the exact date again.
That you recall the first interview was prior to the revelation of Amber Fry.
Yes.
Okay, and during that entire interview, did you ever mention to Detective Grogan the comment about Scott saying, I was kind of hoping for the infertility?
I do not.
That comment came up after the revelation of Amber Fry, correct?
Yes, I told Detective Grogan that.
In fact, when you told Detective Grogan is you weren't even sure, but you thought it might have been a joke, but you weren't even sure because Scott was, quote, hard to read.
He was not laughing. He was not smiling. So when I heard that, I was kind of surprised. That I was kind of shocked by what he said. I didn't know how to read him at that point.
And so you didn't know whether he was joking or not, did you?
He wasn't laughing and he wasn't smiling. So I can't say yes. He was joking. No, he was not joking.
Well, you told the police you didn't know.
Right.
That's all I have.
Redirect.
Right. I have a few questions.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Rocha, just so we get this clear, when you talked to Detective Grogan at the first interview, was the purpose of that interview from the particular one where what you could tell him, asking you where your husband was on the 23rd and the 24th?
Yes.
Objection! It calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, your answer is?
Yes.
And did you tell him where he was and where you had been on that particular day?
Yes, I did.
Was this a relatively brief interview?
Yes, it was.
And after that information was verified by the police, did the detective come back out and later talk to you again? Objection! It calls for speculation as to what happens again.
Whether it was verified or not, I'll sustain on that grounds.
After the first interview, did they come back and talk to you a few weeks later that you were talking about?
Yes.
And at that point in time, were they asking you questions about Scott and Lacey?
Yes.
And that's when you told them that particular statement.
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Recross. Mr. Harris?
Yes, I'd like to show you a couple of the reports from January 11th written by Detective Grogan. Would you take a look at the section, please?
Just read it to yourself.
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that in fact you did talk with the detective on January 11th about Scott and Lacey's relationship, and in fact you stated that Scott and Lacey's relationship seemed happy. She could not think of no one who would want to hurt Lacey. Rosemarie was aware of no affairs, plans of divorce, or separation by Scott and Lacey. So, in fact, you did discuss their personal relationship on January 11th, correct?
Yes, I...
Thank you. That's all I have.
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
I would like to... May I say some more? I would like to talk. I know more information.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Now, who are the witnesses for tomorrow?
What?
I have to see who's due on the stand tomorrow.
It's Gwendolyn May Kemple, Sharon's first cousin.
Oh, Sharon's first cousin?
Yeah.
And then, wait a minute. Where do you, okay. Let's see if there's any stuff we have to show here.
Somebody should have been narrating that part too. You know how it gives that synopsis at the beginning?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to narrate the synopsis of Rose's testimony?
I think Scooter said she wanted to do it.
Witness 11. So you have we have Sandy Rickert, Sharon's best friend, tomorrow, and then Gwendolyn May Kemple, Sharon's first cousin.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Right, and then the prosecution witness. Let's see, Harvey Kemple, and then we have.
So Sharon would be an older woman, probably, right? Sharon is the mother, correct?
Sharon's, yeah, it's Lacey's mother. It's the lady that drove her to the park. Remember when she was all freaking out and she couldn't drive?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's going to be that person. And then her cousin, and then the cousin's husband, and then Karen. Should we get neck brace Karen for that one?
Yes.
Karen Service, Peterson's neighbor. And then William Austin, the owner of the Austin's Christmas store. That sounds fun. And then Tara Venable, the Peterson's neighbor. And then Susan Aquino, Lacey's maternal aunt. And then Russell Graybill, their postman. That'll probably be a short one. Susan Medina, their neighbor. And then Byron Duerfelt from the Modesto PD. That's going to be a long one. And then Craig Went from the Modesto PD. That'll be another long one. And then John Hodson, Dave Quarter, Derek Lestinger. This will probably take us like 10 months because in the real trial take like 3 months. This has replaced balls. What are they doing every night? They read a trial that's already been on, and they read it.
What happened to the balls?
Yeah, right. I know. That'll be the next thing, right? I wish they'd get balls again. All they do is read a freaking trial.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I want to find out now. Do you think Sharon? Can I play Sharon's friend and be like a real tough woman? Like I'm real, one of them big old. I've taken her to the park. I took her to the park.
Well, she was probably strong because the mother was all hysterical. So yeah, she would have to be like a strong lady.
Yeah, very true.
And then they were holding her up and stuff, so she'd have to be strong.
So I could be shaking her. Sharon!
Mm-hmm. So I guess that other guy on the defense is Harris too. I think I remember that they were both Harris. And so they're both going to have the same accent. That's it.
Really?
But that's how it's going to be. Look at them. I'm going to show you. I'll bring a picture of them. Then they look like they would both. It fits them both.
I need to look.
I'm just going to keep them with both the same accent.
I got to get back on YouTube. Scared to see the reviews.
They both look like showboats, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Garagos and Harris.
Yeah.
Put on a white beater shirt. Yeah. Good idea.
Let's see here. Where's the chat? Oh, here it is. I'm going to pop the chat back in. Okay. Live chat.
High 61, they call her Butch.
What happened?
High 61 is talking about the part for Sharon's friend.
Did anybody else? Tracy Kloss said you'd like a part, Tracy? Who would like a part for tomorrow? Speak now.
Come on, guys.
Tracy?
And the first trial was on TV for real?
So I don't remember that. I really don't. But I was working
Well,
full time.
it
My
was
mother
good.
was into that trial, but I was working like crazy then, out of the house.
I was too.
I miss
But
it.
Carol Plant was glued to the TV, she said, for that.
Wow. Hi, Tina. Anybody? Rochelle? I think they said Evie Bubbles came in and she changed her name.
Yes.
I haven't seen Evie
I was
Bubbles in
wondering.
forever. I used to think Evie Bubbles was a troll with that name, remember? And she laughs and she said, remember when I came in at Evie Bubbles and you thought she changed her name?
Evie from New Zealand or something.
Yeah,
I was
she came
talking to her,
back
and I
tonight.
knew,
A lot of people came back
I knew
lately.
she was familiar.
Somebody else too in the comments that I haven't seen in forever.
The chatterbox says she will, Carolyn. She'll do one,
You
do
will?
a part.
Okay. The chatterbox, you're going to have to email me. You're not in Slack, are you? I don't think you've ever been on, so we're not jerks, but we just need to see a piece of social media. That's all, just to make sure that you're all legit. Might be a small addition. Phone addition. You'll do a small one, Leisha? But how do I do it? You have to come on here like this, Tracy.
You know, you've
And
faced.
you've got to come on like in camera. I know Rabbit Dog didn't, but you got to come on in camera.
I wonder why he never comes on
I
camera.
don't know.
I heard he's a nice looking man.
That's what I heard too.
So I wonder why.
He might be, sometimes when somebody doesn't come on for camera for so long, no matter how good they look, it doesn't live up to everybody's expectations. You think that could be it?
I never thought of that. You might be right.
Because
Do you
it's like,
think
you know
so?
what? Because it's like you pause it for so long, and then everybody's like, oh, okay. Yeah, he's a good looking guy.
Yeah.
So I wonder if
Maybe.
he doesn't think he'll meet the expectation. You should just do it, Rabbit. It's no big deal.
Yeah, Rabbit. Come on. We're all people.
Mm-hmm.
We're all humans. Just come on camera sometime. Get it over with. We don't care what you look like.
Lou thinks he's too good looking, maybe. He doesn't want to upset people.
Moo,
Kevin?
would you do a part?
Kevin Leonard, part.
Kevin
Lou?
Leonard would be great.
Lou.
Diana said she would, but I'm not out of bed early enough these cold mornings.
Oh, really?
I think Heather said she wanted to.
Oh, did she?
I didn't
Oh.
see her say that.
Oh, she didn't?
I don't know. I didn't see her. Maybe she.
we
No.
need Lisa for Karen.
I'm volunteering her.
I think Moo would too, but she always has a problem seeing.
What? Who did? Moo? Oh, yeah, right.
Oh, but she does read the chat because
Yeah, well, for Moo, we could make an exception, but it would be nice to see people's faces when they're reading. You just melted in your seat?
Alicia, we are all humans. None of us look great at this hour.
You're too
Kevin
busy
Leonard, I'm too busy running the chat.
chats.
He is too. He keeps it going.
Really? Okay.
Well, he has a lot. He's got that.
Yeah, the joking.
A lot. Yeah.
Mhm.
A lot of people do, though. A lot of people got the good
Right.
humor here.
Very funny crowd.
Yes. Lisa H. She
You're
slept
the
like
Scooters
a
agent from
normal
Hollywood.
person.
You've actually been sleeping.
You would be a good agent, Kevin. I am getting the acting bug.
Wait
So I may not be around much longer, guys.
We could
I
do,
may
no, we
go
might
into-
turn, didn't we say that once? We might do community theater like online. Didn't we say that? We did say that.
remember that. Must have been before my time.
No, we said that. We said, how fun would that be if we acted out some stuff? If we said, yeah, we would have like an online community
So,
theater.
yes. Mm-hmm.
Right, when I was talking about bringing things to YouTube that weren't here, which we're talking about the baking too, that I have to do the cookie exchange.
Yeah.
And wait till Lisa H. Oh, wait till you see what I picked up at the Dollar Tree today. The video's made. It'll be posting tomorrow.
Oh,
Something retro, I'll tell you.
from the Dollar Tree? Oh, yeah, we mentioned Lisa D too, Diana.
Coffee. You want to go for coffee?
Jetta, that's okay. Utta, that's okay.
Oh, that's okay. Rabbit Dog didn't have an American accent.
I'm sure he'd come back on too.
Yeah, you didn't have to have an American accent. Oh, I don't know, Lisa. You'll get there. You always get everything. She does. She gets everything. Hi, Rochelle.
Is that it, Kevin? You'll look out for my best interests. I know that.
Has it, Kevin? We may not be able to, the production might be over budget then. You want to make gluten-free snickerdoodles? I'd like to start Friday. My daughter's already talking about the kind of, she's like, I need your recipe for the pumpkin pie because her boyfriend said that he makes a better pumpkin pie. She said, you never make a better pumpkin pie than my mother. My mother makes the best pumpkin pie, and I need it for pecan pie because he said he's going to beat me because he's a real cook too. He loves to cook. So they're going to have a cook-off, and they're getting a turkey from Popeyes.
Oh, yeah, I saw that they do that.
Like a
Yes.
turkey from
You order
Popeyes.
it. Uh-huh. A Cajun turkey.
She's like, he's ordering the turkey from Popeyes.
Yeah. And, they give you instructions how long to cook it, blah, 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 blah,
Oh,
blah.
they don't cook it for you?
No, you cook it.
Oh, I thought they were going I couldn't imagine him doing that because he loves to cook. So he has to cook it. Okay.
That's what I thought, too, that it would be cooked.
I thought you was picking up the turkey from, turkey
Yeah,
this big
yeah.
from Popeyes.
Mm-hmm. But no, I read the article and it said, cook it for so long, blah, blah, blah.
Carolyn, can you connect to my Facebook or my name is my name, not just for now, but for always? Can you send it to me, Tracy, in an email, your Facebook profile?
Wonder where Grand Piano is.
I don't know.
He wasn't here last night either.
Okay. Hi, Baxter. Is Kevin Leonard in the UK?
I don't think so. Uh-uh.
Oh.
We'll go on. He said go on the road. Yes, for little scoots, just like whatever happened to Baby Jane. Remember Betty Davis singing as a kid? I've written a letter to Daddy.
Oh, that's from. See, I never saw that show, but I know that I know that song.
His address is heaven above.
Oh, that's so sad.
I've written to Daddy. I miss you.
Oh gosh.
Someone to love.
So you need, but didn't sure that's originally Shirley Temple, isn't it?
No. No, it's in Whatever Happened to BP Jane.
Is it? Oh gosh,
really is,
I never
yes.
watched that movie. I think probably seen like a Joan Crawford was in that. Is that the one Joan? No, is that?
Yes. Yes.
And what was the Three Faces of Eve? Was that Betty Davis too?
No, they weren't in neither one of them. That was married to Paul Newman, Joanne Woodward. You may not even know
But
who
was
she
that
is.
I know who she is? But was that a psycho movie? Like she was three personalities or
That
something?
was based on a true story.
I've never seen that
For
one either.
real.
I've just heard about it.
Yeah, she had 3 personalities. Eve,
I think I
Jane.
figured out. Listen to this. I think I figured out how we can show movies for members only or Patreon only without having to worry about anything. If all of the members come to a Zoom, then I can just show it. We don't have to go on YouTube or anywhere else. It wouldn't work for the members. Well, maybe it would. Well, I'd have to get probably a bigger plan because it's over 100. But I think that would work. If we were just in a Zoom, forget YouTube, forget anything. But if we were in a Zoom and I cast from my computer onto Zoom, I think there's a way we can do it.
probably.
I think so. And work on that.
Yeah.
Hey, the Chatterbox, thanks for becoming a Deputy Rambler.
Lisa H, did you and your mom like it? I'm sure you guys have probably seen it before. I really liked it. When I was a kid and watched that, it terrified me. And I watched it a few times as an adult, and I really like it, but it didn't make sense at the end when they tell you what caused her personality to split.
Which one are you talking about?
3 Faces of
Three
Eve.
Faces of Eve.
Mm-hmm. And I watched The Real Lady on YouTube.
Oh.
They have old videos of her, with the psychiatrist and them talking to her.
Oh, okay. Christmas special. That's good. High 61. We should have a Christmas special. People could do little skits and stuff. Comedy routines.
Kevin.
Variety show. It could be a variety show.
Okay, Lisa H. Good.
We have to have a party anyway for the 30,000.
Water, I love the Good Ship lollipop. On the good ship.
Well, then you should have gotten the Shirley Temple doll.
See, I remember I tried to bid on that, but I got way outbid.
Did you get your other ones?
I'm not home. I will find out.
Oh. And wait, you didn't show us what you got at the thrift shop. You said you went back.
Oh,
Dave's not around. You can bring it out.
he doesn't care.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He
That's why you got that limp
doesn't.
on your leg. That's why he kicked you in the leg this time, so your eyes wouldn't be black.
Kevin wants to know, look what he wrote, because he's my manager now.
Will Scooter be the star of it? Or is it no? Oh, gosh. Come on, what did you get? Let's go see.
I love watching old Shirley Temple movies.
She doesn't want to show us what she got.
Oh, you want me to for real?
I
You
really
guys
do
aren't-
want to see what you
It's
got.
not going to be any big thing to you guys,
It's good to me. It will be.
because I just like the little weird things.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff,
I can find that red chair. I gotta find this little red chair that I picked up in this shop ages ago.
I
Somebody
don't
was
get all
talking
that fancy decorating stuff that all you guys do.
Hmm.
Like a branch of something, and I'm going to do this and that, and I'm going to put that over here. That's not me. So I'll be right back.
I forgot to ask my son about that. I knew there were some things I forgot to ask him. I gotta write this down tomorrow.
Minnie, come here, baby girl. Come on. Minnie. Come on, sweetie. Come on, baby. Minnie, come on. on.
Hi, Mandy. Hi, Diana. Hi, Delphi. What else did I have to ask about? What do you put in your gnome hats? I'm going to be making a video, hopefully tomorrow. I'm going to do the gnomes 2 different ways now. The one that you saw, you have the tutorial, right? I put stuffing. I'm still going to put stuffing in the hat, but I'm going to take a little needle and thread and I'm going to sew it down a little bit so that it kind of droops a little bit. And then I'm going to put something on it, but I'm going to make their bodies 2 different ways tomorrow. Gnomes 2 different ways. And I'm also going to, let me try to get the, hold on for a minute. I'm just going to run and get the cookie book while Scooter's taking her time there. I'll be right there. I'll be right back.
We'll just sit here and have a chat by the fireside. But I don't really have anything to chat about. Hello, guys. How are you? At Robin Swan, it sounds like it's cold there. Brr. We have freezing rain in Oklahoma City today with temperature averaging around 29 degrees. It's very cold. And I was freezing whenever I was talking earlier.
Did you want to go to bed?
I think she went to get something or do something.
I went to get a cookie book. I'll be right there.
What?
Cookies. Cookies.
Cookies?
Yeah. Cookie book.
Oh, cookie book.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Neck is hanging in there. My neck.
Oh, your neck. Did you go to the doctor?
Yeah. Not for my neck.
Oh.
Mommy and Grandma left us unsupervised.
Oh, don't call Carolyn Grandma.
You don't have any balls, Kevin?
Oh, all the vacuum
I
went
do.
to my head.
I do too.
Kevin, you got to bring me down.
You
enough.
do?
Yeah.
I'll open one.
I'll go get one.
All right.
I got balls just for you.
Who
Oh,
else
good.
is here?
What?
Who else is here?
Me and Nana Patty?
Do you have
Oh,
balls?
she has the whole screen. Okay.
Scooter, do you have balls?
No, ma'am.
Ugh. Your store.
Kevin Leonard, bring me down a little bit. I really think I'm an actor all of a sudden.
What do you say?
I don't see him. I think he left me in the lurch. I got more of these.
What'd you get? You got more of those? Wow.
Yeah, look at the pot. Coffee pot. It's
Mm.
bigger though, right? Like
Mhm.
out of,
Did-
out of size from the others?
Yeah. Did she say where she got those things?
No. And look, okay, lid comes off.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Wow. Could really try to make some coffee in there.
You could, right? And this even comes off. It's got the little basket thingy.
Mm-hmm. For a little cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm. It has something else, I think, in here. Oh, yeah, this part, the lid for the basket, the top.
Everybody get a cookie recipe, and I think we're going to bake on. When is Halloween?
Saturday?
It's not Friday.
Saturday.
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 I was thinking Friday.
Oh, and this was a piece that came from what I already had. It's a bowl. I think it goes with that well, and
Oh,
I had forgotten to get it.
and she didn't charge
Oh,
you for it?
and then she gave me this.
Did she charge
Huh?
you for it? Did she charge you for that?
Yeah, for that. Yeah,
Even
she
though
did.
she forgot it?
No, she didn't forget it. I was going to buy it, and I didn't. This is what she forgot to give me. She gave me this because
Oh.
this goes to one of the lamps that I got,
Oh.
the shade. Oh, and there was an extra fireplace,
An extra
so I went ahead and
fireplace?
got it. Yeah. Why?
No, I'm just wondering where she got all this stuff. I would ask her, where'd you get all this stuff?
She said auctions. Carolyn, she's
You know
not
what? I just started to
business.
talk a little bit like that guy. I'm
I
worried
know
now.
you did.
I'm worried now because I'm slipping into that. Oh, gosh. Don't laugh, because when I was doing an accent with Luke, we were making a funny accent for his teacher, and I couldn't stop talking like that. Oh, gosh. Okay.
And look at this sewing machine.
I think I have that. I think I have one of those. It reminds me, yeah. I think I have more than what Jimmy brought down somewhere.
So he did bring yours down?
Well, he brought him down that one time, and then there it goes again. And then I think I have others upstairs. See what I mean? Oh my gosh, what's going on? I think I have others upstairs, though. I'm trying to make a conscious effort to talk right. Okay. What else did you get?
Okay, some of this is really dumb, but I don't care. It's not antiques.
What is it?
I've always liked Buddhas.
Okay. And what is it made of? What is it? Let me see that. Hold it steady. Is it what? It's not ivory, right?
No, it's not ivory. It's just some kind of a smooth porcelain or something. I don't know. Isn't that pretty though?
Yeah. And would she charge you for this? Something like that?
It was,
$6?
well, it was down to 5. Cute though, right? Look
Yeah.
at the,
You negotiate with her a little bit, don't you?
oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
Everything she gives you a deal on.
Okay.
This. I don't know.
What? What is it?
It's just because it comes from Hawaii, it's a souvenir.
Oh, you got it because of the Brady Bunch, right?
Uh-huh. I was going to see if Bonnie wanted it.
You should wear it around your neck like Greg did.
Yeah, right.
A good luck charm.
Made in Hawaii, a hip original.
Hi, C. Brown.
Okay.
Thank you, Diana Mulroney.
High 61, you want that?
Where high 60? He wants that.
That's not Buddha, that's the Laughing Monk, Mandy Hall. Well, you would know. I think you would know. So I just thought it was Buddha because of the belly.
Buddha with a belly. I have my
No,
fireplace.
some of this is too dumb. I'm not showing it.
I had my fireplace going because we lost power today for over 3 hours.
Was it your birthday, Kathy? Happy birthday.
We're expecting high winds and more
High
sleet.
61 wants the Buddha or the laughing monk. Now, what is that? Is that a duck?
61. It's cool,
A
isn't
little
it?
pitcher?
Yes, but look where it's from.
Boys Town. That's that boy's house, right?
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah.
Yeah, Father
I was
Flanagan.
going to say, I used to know a lady that made little pottery.
BT for Boys Town.
Wow.
And it's so smooth. And the colors are super pretty.
How much do you charge you for that?
$2.
That's good.
Oh, and you know what? The reason I went there Sunday, because she's open Saturday and Sunday, because somebody asked me about the black kettle
What
with
black
a lid on it that was in the store. They watched my
Oh, they
my
watched your video? I didn't watch it yet. Oh, gosh.
somebody asked about it.
A
Okay.
full-size kettle or a little kettle?
Well, it was like this.
Oh, not for the little mini stove.
No.
All right.
She said, you know, how much was that? And I said, well, when I go back, I'll look. Kevin. So I went that day and I told her, you know,
Yeah.
that port, because I pointed up, you know, because it was up kind of high.
Right.
And she says, oh, I'll get it. 'Cause I saw the tag was $50. Okay.
You're like, put that back.
She got it. And when she got it,
She dropped it.
yes. Yes, the lid fell, broke right in half. It was some kind of a pottery of some kind, glass or
Did she yell at you? You made
Oh,
me get
no.
that. Okay.
no. She said it was her fault, you know. And yeah, I just felt so bad. And then she started laughing. She goes, well, you can tell her she can get it really cheap now. So she's going to glue it, you know, because it was a real clean break. So that lady, if she does want it,
Do you know who it was?
yeah, she's in my comments. And this I had to get. Oh my gosh, I think he's my favorite thing from there.
Elephant?
Yes, look at him.
Aw.
That's cute.
Isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Pitch flocked elephant. And I tried not to buy him, but when I turned around, he was staring at me.
Right.
It was so cute.
And he was saying, buy me. Buy me.
Mhm.
Please buy me.
That's just the cutest little face.
Take me out of this store.
Right. And he's real soft.
You know, I did that with I'm getting scared because I had tendencies like Moo to see something that maybe wasn't perfect, and then I had to buy it because it was saying I'm not perfect like the other ornaments, and I'll never get bought. I'll be on the aisle of misfit toys. I'm getting like that more and more. Just like I bought that plate with that sad-looking polar bear because he was saying nobody will want me. I'm a sad-looking polar bear. And I want you. You get into the cart. I did that today at the dollar store. I had a snowman ball, right? And when I got on the line, I go, oh gosh, that one's not exactly perfect. His cheek is a little rosy. Maybe I should get another. And then the thing just said, then you'll just put me back there and nobody will ever want me. And I said, that's okay. I'll take you the way you are. And I took that one home. Scary. And you know,
You're
when I got
getting
him
like
home,
Moo.
he looked pretty good when I got him home. It's like he changed in the car or something.
You guys should open your balls.
I know, I've got my ball open.
You ready?
Yeah, you go first. What do you got?
You guys are like my friend Karen, though. She always did that.
Like who?
Got a pretty little cart.
You got a cart. You already got your cart together. Wow.
Yeah.
I bet you one of these is going to be a cart. Let me see. I want to get that out of the way. Yeah, this is a bunch of pieces in here.
Do you, Gigi?
Oh, I got a cash register. I'm not putting that together now.
I don't blame you. They're too much trouble. Chicken broth.
Oh, chicken broth. Okay. I've got a paper, and I've got a little. Oh, don't tell me this is feta cheese. It is. Got excited. I thought maybe it was butter or something. I don't know, feta cheese.
Feta cheese.
Not looking good again on this.
Well, mac and cheese.
Oh boy. Okay. But can't open that one. Let's see. The box. It's probably the Borson. So we're still on the cheese. I got Borson cheese.
Oh no.
Yeah. Only 2 more left here. Not looking good.
Well, we're going to change that with a little thyme.
A little time on your hands there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I've got, I think this is McCormick. It is. It's cinnamon. A little cinnamon on my hands.
Oh my goodness.
No, it's crushed red pepper.
Oh,
I should put my
okay.
glasses
It's
on.
still- oh, another seasoning. Well, and then we have some bacon.
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 Okay. And let's see. This is an Old Bay. Now, I don't want to get excited because it kind of feels a little bit cool to the touch, like a gold would be. But I don't want to get excited and say, "Oh, it's a gold." It's not a gold. See, it's good that I didn't get excited. It actually felt a little bit that it might have been a gold, but it's not.
You're going to get a gold, I promise.
It's an Old Bay.
Mm-hmm.
An Old Bay.
It all fit in my cart.
Did it? Lucky.
I got the chicken stock on the bottom. The chicken broth.
I was in the Dollar Tree today and I saw Heinz 57, a real one. What did you get, Scooter?
What?
What did you have in your hand?
Oh, I'm missing something.
Uh-oh. I knew she was
I'm going to open one more.
Okay, I guess I will. What am I saving it for? Trial that's going to take months. I'm so lost. Tomorrow's Tuesday. I don't know why I think it's like Saturday tomorrow.
I know. These days are just all running together.
I forgot to ask my son. I brought him a couple bags of stuff, and I just gave it to him. And I said, "Here, hold this stuff." And then I said, "I'll talk to you about it when I get home." And so when I got home, he called me up, and then I said, "You got the gathered tray I made? You know, that's a decorative tray. You put it somewhere on a table or something." And then I said, I forgot about that, to tell him about that. I bought him the little nativity. So
Yeah.
I forgot to tell him about that, and then to make sure. And then he said something that scared me a little bit because he goes like this: "Where did you get all that stuff?" And so then I was thinking, like, oh, he's just wondering, like, how long did it take me to get all that stuff together? It was nice. And then I thought later, did they break something? And they're asking me where I got it because they got to go replace it before I come up there and ask where it is. Do you think that's... I was wondering. I don't know.
I doubt it.
I said, you get the towels with the dot? Yeah. I liked them. We hung them up. And he goes, you know what my favorite thing was? What? The little plate. Remember the little 79-cent plate with the little dachshund? And it's in fall? That was his favorite thing. He goes, I don't know what I'd use it for, though. I said, you use it to put your ring or something. If you're taking a ring off, you take a shower. I said, I don't know. You just use it where you can put a vote. I forgot to tell him you can put a votive candle in there.
Right.
Or something. Anything. I said, it could be just decorative. He's like, yeah, it's one of my favorite things. But I know he likes the nativity because he loves that stuff. So that the little one that looks like almost like a Yadro. I have to ask him about that tomorrow. I hope that's not something like, where did you get that stuff? He asked me.
Oh, I'm popping the bubble wrap.
I don't know. Oh, happy anniversary, Robin. I wrapped everything in bubble wrap too. I did. That was breakable.
Should I go?
Yeah, go ahead.
So were they excited about the stuff you brought?
Yeah, he sounded it. Like yeah, she said, "Thank you." Know, I just handed. I had to run back, so I handed in the bags, and he brought them upstairs. Jimmy's like, "You didn't go."
Ground cinnamon.
Because they had just got back. You got ground cinnamon.
Mm-hmm.
It was raining. It was not, really not the nicest visit weather. Oh, I've got
Now, what I was saying earlier is we're supposed to get more wind and rain and freezing rain.
Now this is a very small, squatty. Feels like a very small, squatty type of a can. I just don't remember feeling anything like this. Oh, it's this stupid blue diamond walnuts.
Could be gold.
No, it's not. I think these are the ones that I have. I don't know why I didn't think walnuts.
Jello.
Jello. Okay. Let's see.
Okay, and I know I've been saying this, but for real, I will be getting everybody's stuff in the mail sometime this week, for real. Since I know I don't have the keys.
This is probably the tacos. These, it's the, look at this, on a cheese kick. It's the cheese. Just keep getting cheese.
Cheese kick.
Cheese kick.
Well, I got chicken stock again.
Chicken stock, okay.
Yeah, I'm missing one thing. I'm going to have to call her because she must have sat it down.
Okay, now here's another Old Bay. So, and it doesn't feel, no. Oh, finally something new. It's not an Old Bay. It feels like one. I finally got the French's freaking onions.
Oh,
Finally.
I was hoping it was something gold or metallic.
Well, this is a long time coming, and I really wanted these French's onions.
Good.
I'm going to set this down and maybe they can see these.
Thousand Island dressing.
Oh, Thousand Island. Okay.
I have more stuff here, don't you?
This is a box, and it's. Oh, this is a box. This is probably the stupid Jello. No, it's the Zatarans. I don't know if I have this. I don't think I have this Zatarans. What is this, jambalaya? What is this? Oh, red beans and rice.
Oh,
I don't think I have this. If I do, I have only one of them. I really don't, unless Luke got it. I don't, this set does, I might have gotten 2 new things.
awesome.
I will keep it kind if you guys really won't.
Please
laugh.
don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
No, you got a gold?
Mm-hmm.
Did you?
Mustard.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Where did you get the ball from?
Oh, that's so pretty.
Walmart.
You got it from Walmart?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the patty, that's pretty.
Yeah, pretty
I'm
nice.
so excited.
Is that your first mustard?
Yeah. First mustard of any kind.
And I got a box, so I know it's chicken broth, right? No, it's Crystal Light. That's it.
Oh, pretty.
Yeah. Beautiful. What'd you get, Scooter?
I don't have any balls.
Hi, Erica. Haven't seen you in a long time.
I'm frozen on YouTube.
I have,
You are frozen.
I have a mini Sam's Club, Erica, in a big warehouse that I had built. Who was the one that built it for us? Pia? No, not Pia. Who's the architect?
Potter is a
Sad Soul.
carpenter.
Sad Soul.
Sad Soul's the architect. Potter's a carpenter.
She built me these shelves, Erica, and they all fold out, and it's unbelievable what she built. What did you get, Scooter?
Um,
Come on, what'd you get?
okay. Just silly little stuff. I don't know. I just get little in a weird mood and I get dumb
Can
stuff.
I see what it is? Okay, stop. It looks like I can't see it though.
Okay, keep it kind. All right. And I hope you feel better. I'll show these
Can
to
you?
you. Can you see it or no?
Decorative.
Decorative something. She said nativity, but it's not a nativity. It's a little ornament, Christmas ornament, two angels kissing.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those. Yeah,
Have you?
yeah.
So it's really old or no? Because this package looks old.
It's pretty old, I think.
Joy Happy Forever. I don't know. I just thought it was cute. I thought you were Potter. I'm an architect, not a chippy. I thought you said you were a carpenter the other day.
Who?
Potter.
No, that's Sad Soul.
Yeah, but Potter's an architect too now.
What did Potter say?
I don't see a date on it, High 61. That's what I was looking for.
What
I
is
don't
it
see
called?
any
Can you
date.
tell me what it's called and I'll look it up?
Decorative crafts. Hello, look. It's a crafting thing.
Okay, but what is it called?
You sound like your attorney.
Oh gosh, see what I'm talking about.
There's
Angels?
no name. It just says decorative crafts
There's
made
no,
in
there's no
Hong
year-
Kong.
There's no age. I mean, no year.
No. There's an item number, but that's about it.
Yeah, what's the item number?
Number 2530. It's just a little Christmas ornament, but it's called craft or decorative because it has a hanger, a little thing like to hang it on a little tree or
Let
something.
me find it.
Okay, you were an architect. Yes. Now I'm a star. We'll send you for hoarding help, inpatient treatment. Cute enough to send you for treatment. Deborah, you guys are so funny. I do need help right now. I'm all into this stuff all of a sudden again. It's been years. And I got rid of so much stuff. A couple of years ago.
Now that's
Stuff.
making me remember something that was these little ornaments my mother bought, and they were over there, and I think I saw them recently, or I took them recently. I think I did take them home. I think they were with me. Okay, go ahead. I can't find that right now. Lisa D would know exactly what that is.
I just think it's really cute though. I mean,
She would know.
okay, and look at this dumb thing.
What is it?
Children's party games.
Is that pickup sticks?
Something like that. Contains 6 different games,
Oh, okay.
any numbers of players.
Okay.
It's like in an old tin. She had to really pry this thing open. When you open it, all it is popsicle sticks.
Oh,
with
you're kidding.
question. No, I'm not kidding. It's like almost like oh, you know what? Duh. She tried, okay, you just twist this. Okay, look, and they have questions on them.
And so
Can you see it,
you
Molly?
bought a whole thing of whatchamacallit? Popsicles.
Can you see this though?
Yeah, I can see it, but you bought a whole thing of popsicle sticks?
Yeah, and you open it, you look on them,
You look on
and
it?
yeah, Jack Sprat blank pen and something.
They're like
They
the
have
old
all
riddle,
these
the riddle
little.
popsicle sticks. My daughter used to collect those.
Really?
Yeah, she used to collect those.
I've never heard of these. It
Well, I
has
mean-
instructions and stuff in
I mean,
here.
they came from the popsicles you ate.
Hickory Dickory, nursery rhymes, Hickory Dickory Dock.
The mouse ran up the clock. Clock's-
Really, Kevin?
What'd he say?
Yeah, see, I had Dave and I had him throw out stuff a couple of years ago. A beautiful rocking, one of those big horses that kids jump on.
Yeah.
But I was just asking him last night, do you remember when I told you to just throw that away? Did you, or did you put it in the shed? He's like, I don't know. If you told me to throw it away, I might have. It was nice. I just wanted to get rid of everything. Yeah, see, it tells you different games and stuff. So you've heard of this?
No, I've heard of the riddle popsicle sticks. That the real popsicles came on. Who remembers them in the chat?
Yeah, I don't remember
Nobody?
that.
Hmm.
Lisa H., I am triggered. Pudding Pops had them, Sunny Shine
No, I
says.
think they were like regular pops, like what you call them? Like not fruit. You know what I mean? Orange, yellow.
Yeah, and every one of these things will end up being taken to Goodwill or something. Oh, this right here. I thought this was really cute. She took this out of her special cabinet. Everything I picked up, she would hold it and go, oh
I don't know.
my gosh. She'd go, oh my gosh, you have the same taste as I do. I don't know if I can let this go. Like everything I picked up. Look how cute this little cup is. The little elf.
Aw, how little is that?
That is little. I mean, well,
that's
here's one of the balls.
That's like you wouldn't drink out of that. That's just a little miniature, right?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No,
Well, at
it's
first
so
it looked like
tiny.
it might have been something you could drink out of.
Yeah, it's too little. I mean, it's a tiny little thing. But I thought it was adorable. I love the face on that. The painting.
Very cute. How much she charge you for something like that?
What was it? $2.
Oh, good. So she's
She's
not
real
she's
reasonable.
not gouging you.
Huh?
She's not gouging you.
Oh, no, not at all.
Okay, that's good.
No. Sharon's not in here, so this should be okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what it is then. It's going to be a clown.
Yeah.
Is that a Jack in the Box?
Uh-huh.
I've never seen one like that.
I haven't either. The handle is broke, though.
Oh, God.
But he does come out when you open the door. He does, but he's, kind of ratty looking. But it has really cute pictures.
Who makes that?
Cute. Carolyn, look at all the pictures.
I see them. They're very cute. Who makes that?
Mood's laughing her butt off right now. I know it.
I don't think she's even here.
She's watching. There's no name on it.
No name?
Oh, wait.
Where's
S&E. Made in
S&E? I'm going to look it
Japan.
up. I'm going to look it up. S&E.
It looks pretty old.
It does look old. I've never seen it. Something like that.
Haven't either.
Clown Jack in the Box?
And here's the top of it. I'm just saying Moo's laughing because, you know, she had an antique store, but she has all those real beautiful things.
Yeah, I know.
None of this stuff would be allowed in the door.
No. Even though she says she likes things that, you know.
Right. I'm not going to pop him open but he is in there. He does come out. Robin Swan, you have a Jack in the Box from the 60s?
Does anybody remember hers?
Anybody remember one like this though? And it's small. I've never seen one this little. Who just texted? She says,
I would love to have that, Scooter. If you don't want that, I would love to have that. Yeah.
she has it in capital letters. Love that kind of stuff.
What'd she say?
She says, I love that kind of stuff. Exclamations.
She's trying to make you feel good.
Yeah, you're trying to make me feel good. That's okay. That's what I want to do, High 61. I want to buy a glass display case. I really do. Colin, you really want to see this Jack in the Box? He's pretty pitiful looking. He's like from the island of misfit toys. So I will open him just for you. See, the handle is broke though. This thing, there's no handle. Well, see, you can't wind it because there's no handle, Potter, to make music. Yeah, okay, you just slide this clip over. That's what I did in the store. Oh, he's not popping up. Here he comes. Jeez, he's seen one too many days.
I can't see him. He looks like Mr. Magoo or something. Let's see.
Hi, Carolyn.
Hi.
Mommy,
Moo's like,
dreams?
he's adorable. Right, Moo? She likes
Oh, wow. She says, yes, from 1961. It has clowns on it. And one in it is by Michele. That's what Robin Swan says, or what she has.
I know, she's got the one that everybody had, the Jack in the Box.
Kevin. And this was marked 20. She did not charge me 20 for this. What's she? $10. Which was probably too much, but I don't care. Remember these? Carolyn, you're trying not to laugh. Go ahead and laugh.
Wait, let me see that. I do remember. Those are noisemakers for New Year's Eve. Right?
Huh?
Noisemakers for New Year's Eve.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got the New Year's Eve scene on it.
And you're supposed to go like this, and it's supposed to make a lot of noise. Right? Careful, you're waking up Dave.
Mm-hmm.
You'll come out of there like a lunatic. Kick you in the other leg. He's going to kick your other leg.
This was $6.50, and I think she charged $1. Okay, and I went ahead and got this. I was gonna, but I don't. If you don't want it, I won't send it to you. I'll send it to Moo because she says she likes this stuff.
What is it?
The little,
What is it?
the little babies.
I can't see.
Oh, you can't?
No.
The little mini
I know, but you won't hold it still. Darling, what are they? Darling baby?
Yeah, darling baby. It's two little twins. They're in this little heart thingy.
Let me see, a little heart thingy.
Yeah, because I bought one the other day for me, and I went ahead and got this when I was there.
Did you take
Okay,
yours?
good, Lisa H. Yes.
What'd she say?
She has a huge collection of different shapes and designs of those vintage tin toy makers. I will take a picture of them when I get home to show everyone.
Thanks, Lisa.
And these are from the 60s, these things.
I'm trying to look them up.
Yeah, when we were kids, we'd get these. They were super cheap.
Yeah, I think I remember them, kind of. I see the one you got the other day.
That's what I said. It's
No,
the same one.
that's not what I said. I said, look, I see the one you got the other day. Whoops, where did it go? I just lost it. Hold on. See? That's the one you got the other day. Can you see
It
it?
didn't pop up yet. No, it didn't pop up yet.
It was
Oh,
originally.
and you know what you left at the store?
Does
A
it-
little mini Cupid doll.
Does it say 10 cents? The one you got the other day, does it say 10 cents on the top of it?
Oh wow, that is the one I got the other day.
I know, and it says 10 cents on the top of that thing.
Does it really?
It really does.
Dave's so happy. Where is it? Let me look.
Oh, look at this. Hold on a minute. Open image. The open image. Here we go. Look at this one, Scooter. This is the same one as that you just got over there, but did not. Oh, this has one baby and some kind of a stroller.
Okay, it's not popped up yet. Diana Mulroney, little tiny baby dolls.
Oh my gosh!
Little-
I found them. I found them.
Did you really?
You're not going to believe this. First, I found that one. That was a baby darling. You see it?
Yes.
Okay, and then, well, look what I found here. Hold on. There's the dolls that you got. Oopsie. Hold on a minute. They just came back.
Do you, Kathy Allison? Good.
10 cents. Look at that. 10 cents.
It didn't come up yet. It's the baby in the stroller.
They look cute here. This looks like, I know this one here. This looks like a doll that I know somehow. It looks like somebody in this chat. Who is it? It reminds me of somebody. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, that's them, Carolyn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Really? Lisa H. My mom had a toy room in the back room where I have my study now. Lots of vintage toys. I will have to get them out and show you all. And see, that's what I'm going to do with all these things too, Lisa H. I'm putting them in the spare bedroom at home. The little room that used to be Isaiah's until I gave him the bigger room. Switched him and Lexi around. Let's see if that little guy has 10 cents on it.
The what?
It does say 10 cents. Right there, it's like marked with a stamp, one of those old stampers.
Yeah. 10 cents.
10 cents.
Did you pay 10 cents for it?
You should have told her. It says this one's marked here. It's 10 cents.
Oh, she didn't charge me very much. I know it says $10, but no, she didn't charge much at all. And the eyes still move and everything. Oh, what I was going to tell you though, the thing that she didn't put in my bag,
Yeah.
was a little miniature Cupid doll.
Really? She didn't put it in
Yeah.
your bag.
She must have sat it down.
You got to call her tomorrow.
I know.
Be like, what the freak?
And look, this one too. There was another Cupid she had there.
Oh my gosh. It's crazy.
Isn't it?
It is.
Oh, and then this is the other one I was going to see if you wanted. I think this is the same one I got for me. Yeah, it is. This one here. Oh, and the little eyes flutter too. Look.
Another little baby like that.
Uh-huh.
Sweetheart. That say 10 cents?
Oh my gosh,
What?
it does. Look,
So I think they're all from this.
I just pulled this sticker off.
I wonder where she gets all this stuff from.
It is. You like it, Diana?
It's cute.
Kathy, you're right. She loved me being there 2 days in a row.
My bet.
She really did.
Does she have a house there? You could be like those picker guys and ask to go inside the house and look around. You have an attic?
No, their house is somewhere else. She said their basement is filled with stuff.
Oh, that reminds me. Listen to this one. You can't even believe this. I had to go out. Wait, no, I didn't go out. I went to the store yesterday. Today, I was going to bring the stuff down to Michael. Jimmy says, I have to work with Doug tomorrow. Doug? Now, the neighbor of ours that has been gone for like, they bought a bed and breakfast up in Massachusetts. He used to be like a, what do you call them? Oh my gosh. Like not a stockbroker, but something like that. Maybe he worked in mortgage. I don't know what he did. His partner, he lost his job, and then he really wanted this bed and breakfast, so they both bought this bed and breakfast, but they kept the house here because they had the house with with the high school friend of theirs. And I don't know, I was going to ask Jimmy, are they selling or what? Because they've been doing it as an Airbnb all summer. And then I saw somebody there when I was riding my bike, but I didn't realize it was Doug because he hasn't been here all summer. So Jimmy says, I got to work with Doug tomorrow. I said, Doug, yeah, I got to clean out his basement with him.
Is that same guy?
Yeah, like, you're going to clean out. No, this is the guy that lives he lives next door to that guy. And the other guy probably said, call Jimmy. He'll help you clean out your basement. And I looked at Jimmy like, he's kidding me, right? But he goes, yeah, he's going to clean out his basement. He's got railings to finish.
I thought he got them almost, they were almost
but
done.
he's not done. But that's the Jimmy's MO, almost. I can't believe it.
Why don't you ask him if he would just finish the railings and then go help the guy? Or will he get upset?
Doug's only be here a little time. I'm going to go get him. If it's bad, I'm not going to do it. And then I'm like, I know Jimmy's probably just dying to see what they have in the freaking basement. He'll probably be bringing junk home. I don't need any junk. I'm going to tell him, do not bring anything home.
Okay, and don't laugh. This is hilarious.
What did you get? What did you get?
I have a pair of these at home, okay? They are from one of my grandkids.
What is it?
And it's the regular pair of baby shoes at home.
Okay.
But I couldn't help it. I had to get this one. It was sitting by itself. I just got it.
What is it?
Isn't that cute, though? A baby shoe.
Oh, a bronze one.
Yeah. But you can tell, look how worn the shoe is.
My brother had a pair of those. I don't know. Yeah. Wow.
There was only one. I mean, it's just so cute. The little wear, you know, from the baby wearing them and stuff. These are those little well, I don't think they're soft sole. But yeah, I think they are maybe. I don't know. They're so. It was so cute. I had to get
I
it.
want to see the elves.
You knew I was holding them.
I know. I'm waiting for the elves.
Okay. Well, this one, just a little pipe cleaner one, but he's still cute. I went ahead and got him
I can't see
from
it.
Japan. So he wouldn't be
Okay.
left alone.
Okay, I know, but can you hold him steady, please? Steady. That's ridiculous. I can't see you well.
Okay. He was.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I'm holding him steady.
Oh, he's cute. He's an ornament.
Uh-huh. It's a little ornament made in Japan.
Very cute.
Here's another little ornament. His legs are kind of strange. He's the bell. Doesn't really ring.
Okay. It'd be nice if we could see him, but that's okay.
Can you see it or no?
Not too well. Now I can see him. Okay, cute. Now he's from Japan too?
Um,
I've never seen them.
I don't know. He doesn't have a thing on him.
Hmm. All right.
But I kind of thought he might, the way that face looks. Thought he kind of might be,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know.
I don't know either. What'd you get? Come on.
Stop laughing.
That's different. That
I think
one's-
it's one of the seven dwarfs, isn't it?
Is he? Is he?
I don't know. I'm just not realizing that.
Where's his six brothers?
I don't know, but now he is made in Japan, see?
Is he really? He's probably
look.
worth a lot of money, and we're laughing at him.
See on his foot?
Yeah, made in Japan.
Little sticker there.
I see it.
And the shoe is even imprinted with Japan. I think you're cute. I don't care what they say. Oh, and his arms move. Oh my gosh. Yeah. His little arms move.
I'm
It's a little
gonna-
doll.
Let's see what the-
Afflicted. Say it, Carolyn. Kevin Leonard.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I said, no, I said it's different. I'm trying to see if I can see one here.
Okay, and laugh all you want, but
So you had the brothers. That's why you didn't say anything.
why they're. What do you mean?
Well, I don't know, because you said the brothers.
These are creepy in the face, though. These two.
Yeah,
Look at that.
They are.
Look at that.
they
I do
are
have to
kind of.
say they're
They're a
creepy.
little bit scary.
They are, aren't they?
They're kind
And
of.
they're made in Japan. They're all Japan.
They're kind of scary.
They are creepy. You like them, Lisa H. She's going, oh my God, LMAO, wow.
I don't think she likes them.
Sad soul, they're some of his brothers. Yeah, they saw me coming.
Go get those. Go get those elves that we can't get rid of that everybody's scared of. Hurry up. Go get them. She's got a lady here. We got a live one. She's buying everything in sight. Come on, go get them.
Okay, and here we go. We have a decorative piece for your Christmas centerpiece. And I got to glue his hat. It kind of got messed up. But isn't he cute? Look at his face.
See, I'll show you the ones my mother had and that I got, some of them, and you'll see why they remind me of the early, like an early Elf on the Shelf. Oh, the Santa. I'll show you something. See the ones with like the dark hair right there, Scooter?
Okay, let me see.
Those are the one, the little jingle bell. Those are the ones that my mother had. We had 3 of the. I think I had to have all 3 of them, don't I? I think so. I know I have at least 2.
Cool, Lisa H.
Luke loved the one so much, and he used to sleep with it.
Oh my gosh. Those are what I have at home. My mom had those.
Yeah, my mom too.
Yeah.
That's why they remind me of the Elf on the Shelf.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, that's why I love the Elf on the Shelf, and I would get extras even though, I did not use it. I do use them for decoration. I love those. I love those.
She would decorate like
if anybody has those at their house and they're not using them,
stuff, it was, yeah. And I got a couple that she gave me years ago.
Yeah, well, I got some too.
They're always like my favorite thing.
They were my favorite thing too. They were my absolute favorite thing, and my mother said they were hers. And then I thought, I don't know where they were or whatever, and I found them. I don't know. I think I pulled all of them.
Let's see. What are those elves selling? Drugs? But I just love this Santa's face. Like I said, got to glue his hat. It got kind of ripped off his head, the top of it. But look at that face.
I had this one, Santa, I don't want to say, like, I don't know where it went. It bothers me. So
1950s. I think she said 1951. He's been around. He's delivered a lot of toys. Got his hair and everything in the back. No, these aren't hugging their knees, Robin Swan, but the ones I got the day before, I think they are hugging their knees. And he rings a bell. You're going to get to celebrate Christmas this year. Stop.
you're not going to be in that dusty thrift store anymore. Somebody took you home.
We're going to celebrate it together. This is the first year I'm going to put up a tree in 3 years.
You already but you already have the tree up.
Well, that little one, yeah, Dave got that.
Right.
Because I didn't want to put any trees up.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to celebrate.
Right. But you
but he
kept,
couldn't stand it. So he
but you
bought
kept,
that little tree.
and you kept it up
We just kept it up.
all year.
But I told him now that I do want to get a small tree, nothing huge like we used to always get.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I do want to decorate this year.
That's good.
That's true, Kevin. I'm a star now. We don't need all this crap. We need gold, silver, and Bitcoin. We're going to be together, Santa. We're going to hold each other's hands, love each other. We're going to sing around the tree, light candles, play Elvis music. Yes, because that's what Dave loves is Elvis Christmas music.
Dave sings.
Oh, no. But
Oh, he sounds like a singer, the way he's got that deep voice, like he runs through there singing.
right, yeah, but he can't really carry a tune. He would be a good singer if he could, I think.
Anybody would if they could,
Right.
right?
I'm going nighty night, guys.
Okay.
I gotta get up early.
Good night.
Good night.
It's already early. Good night, Nana Patty.
Good night.
We would even go cut our trees every year for years.
You did that?
That was a big family thing. Oh, yeah.
Fun old fashioned.
Me and my mom, Dad.
Christmas.
My kids.
Really?
Huh?
Fun old fashioned
Oh, yeah.
family Christmas. Yeah. No, that's the like the you know
I know.
what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Right.
And then the kids had kids and the grandkids would come. We'd go to different places in the area. My parents would always pick it out.
And nobody said, my
Yeah.
feet are freezing. I lost my glove. My hand is frozen. I don't want that. And you're thinking, like, why are we doing this? Because everybody's supposed to enjoy this. And yet there's always somebody that's freaking out, right? I lost my glove. My hand, I can't feel it. Yeah, okay. Oh, this
Yeah.
is so much fun, guys. Anything I've ever done has always been like that. That everybody else says they have such a great time doing. I'm going to sit in the car. It's too cold. You're not sitting in the car. You're coming and you're going to enjoy this.
Right.
Oh, gosh. We're going to take a picture. No.
I think you're beautiful, Santa. I think you're gorgeous. Just the way you are.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Well, it's time to say goodnight. I can't believe what time it is. But I'm going to look for, let me just end this by saying, I'm going to look for a cookie that I'm going to bake in here. And then I think we should all bake a different cookie. And everybody should bring their own cookie. And then, like, every week we should bake a cookie. Or that should be the goal. But everybody has to come on and bake. We're all the bakers. No one will probably do it, right?
When are you going to do it?
It could be the 30 day. Well, it won't be 30 days. No, if we did one a week until like around Christmas.
And then what? How, do we share them with each other?
Virtually. Then we make a cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
No, but we can all bake one and then everybody can say, oh, can I have your recipe that turned out really good? Right?
Yeah.
And then we'd stop in. We have to have a spotlight. And they, well, what are you baking? Lisa D. And she'd be like, I'm baking these pinoli cookies. Oh, they look good. And then, you know, what are you baking, Gigi Jardine? Because you have to come on camera, but you don't have to show your face, just your hands and stuff. What are you baking, Kathy? Ivy Lynn? Leisha? Tracy? Good night, Tracy. I see you're real enthused about it. Okay. Well, we'll see. If you are, I'll find out. If not, then I'll do it myself. All right. Thank you guys for coming in. Thank you for Scooter, Nana Patty, and Leisha for playing the parts. If you want a part for tomorrow, you better email me. We can't.
Tryouts. There'll be tryout
There'll be a
auditions.
couple of auditions. And if there's 2 people for the same part, there'll be a quick couple 2-minute audition. The chat will make the decision who they want to play it. You can make Divinity, Lisa. Will you come on camera and do it? I hope so. All right.
You're just leaving just as Santa gets here. Okay. It's all right.
I know that's it. All right. Take care, everybody. God bless. Love you. Prayers for everyone that needs them. See you later. Bye. Let me see and get us out of here.
See y'all later. Love ya.
Bye.
Love you, Carolyn. Thank you.
Love you. Bye. Bye, Santa. I hear Scooter saying Gigi. How do I still hear Scooter? I can still hear Scooter talking. How is it that I can still hear Scooter freaking talking?